still super low frame rate, huh? All right. Why is my mic weird today? Hold on, let me plug back into the mic. That should probably do something. Yeah, there we go. Now I got more volume to my voice, and it looks dark in here. Boop. Turn on the lights. That hits hard. My early 1990s music video frame rate is still in effect. That, unfortunately, the buttons stopped working for that. The button should fix that, and it's not. I need to investigate that. Node-RED is connected. It's doing the other stuff, but Node-RED should be changing the frame rate, and that should kick the camera back into working properly. So now I need to do it manually on all the cameras. We're back on Metronomic Live for the music, by the way. So I give credit where due. There's Metronomic. Hasn't streamed in 2 months. I hope there's a stream soon. Okay, so let me take base cam, go to the properties, and then we're going to change the FPS to 30. Look okay. Now suddenly my video is so much smoother, but since I'm broadcasting at 60, turn it back up. 60 is better for gaming and stuff. I don't need 60 FPS. Oh dear God. Look at what it did when I flipped the frame rate. It completely destroyed. I am a being made entirely of light. Be not afraid. Be not afraid in the brightness of oh bother. All right, let's do this. Sorry anybody in a dark room. Hey, okay, there we go. Now that camera works. Now we got to do it to all the other cameras. So burn the subs. Of course, that one had weird settings on it already. I know. I apologize. That's the Logitech bug. Why people buy like a real camera in order to broadcast stuff. And I don't, because I can get away with this. I can get away with this. You know, fixing the cameras manually. All right, so that one's primed, even though we're not 3D printing today, so I won't really use that camera. Microscope. It's good to have the microscope work on the buttons now. Look at that high quality image of something. I don't even know what that is. Let's just make sure. I gotta pop the frame rate down and back up. So FPS 30. Oh, you know, Metronomic is a little, yeah, that's right. Twitch is much louder than SoundCloud. I need to turn that down. Sorry for the loud music. It's in my soul. All right, and then I got to do it again. All those settings go in there. All those wonderful brightnesses and color adjustments and stuff. Oh, and the frame rate still sucks. What's going on here? Hold on. Properties, FPS, 30. Oops, 30. Look okay. You see the streaks that were there? Microscope procedure. We got a little settings adjustment. Check. Less trails. What kind of cables? These are the sim setup cables, actually. I want to put a spring on one of them because it's taken on a pretty heavy angle. Wait, it flipped back to highest FPS. 30 FPS. Go. Properties. FPS. Highest. Go. There. See? See all the settings change? Why did the settings change? We'll be able to see it in just a sec. I'm going to prime the arm next, but there. The streaks are a little lesser, but my finger catches up to the actual position of my finger a little faster. All right, so arm procedure. You guys are just looking at those. Man, this is the dark setting looks very artistic. I know, it's actually like a kind of a good image, right? It's like a desktop background. All right, and then this one, spring arm, properties, FPS type, we're gonna go to 30, look okay. Everything kind of changes a little bit. I'm gonna go back to it, and then I go, this is a dark mix. I guess I'm feeling a little darkness right now. There it goes, pops back in, and everything's a little bit weird. So now I do the procedure again by hitting the button. We should be in good standing. All right, all the cameras are primed. This is why I don't shut down OBS for like an entire week at a time. I just don't do it. This is a little dark. This is dark. Maybe I'm not feeling that dark. It's just thudding computer music. Midnight computer thuds. Midnight computer boops are okay though. We can go boop style. Everybody's playing the long drive. Long drive is so tiring though. The mix is kind of industrial. Yeah, getting into that German industrial, right? Oomph, oomph, oomph. That's not quite that. It's getting there, but. How's everybody doing today? How we doing? How you doing, Jacose? Let me start up chatty so you guys are on screen. You guys can see how pathetic my chat is not advancing. There it is. Those cats are bopping in the dark. Look at them go. Dancing to the music. He dancing. Oh my God. Oh my God. I am exposed. Yeah, you guys are on screen. I would like for the chat to kind of like fade out with inactivity because my chat is pathetic at times because I don't have a ton of users, right? You know, I got enough to partner and we've kind of plateaued, which is okay. That's okay. I like my audience. I like you guys watching. It's great. But being able to have that fade out so that it's not always right up in your face, I guess it's all right. It's all good. That's right. Yeah, there are vocal people in the audience. They will remain unnamed, Cannibal Jesus. Why did he just say that guy's name suddenly? Pondering my orb. No, I'm pondering with the thought of posting stuff on. God damn it! That missed completely. That just fell to the floor. Damn it! This is what I get for not walking over and just walk over to it, you lazy bastard. Oh man, I'm all kinds of an asshole this week. So I did the shifter. I got the shifter working. Not working, you know. It shifts, and so I got a feel for it. It's extremely light. Everything about it, extremely light. Oh man, this is not flattering. I probably shouldn't be, I shouldn't have squatting bother on camera here, right? This is a good part of the song though. But yeah, this thing shifts and it feels kind of okay in this spot. Technically, I would really like to lower it down, but oh, squatter. That handle just made me a little ill. I think on Thursday, because we're all feeling a little salty, we'll do salt stream on Thursday. Thursday we'll do salt stream and I'll pack salt around the 3D print and we'll bake it and see what happens on the other side. I think that'll be cool. I gotta pull up that video somewhere. I don't have a link to that video anymore. It's in the Discord. It's just buried. A lot of 3D printer talk lately has buried that video on how to do salt sintering, I guess. I don't know. Is it sintering? It's sintering, right? Yeah, the thermal. We could have done, I mean, what was it? Claw Arcade in my Discord. Claw Arcade was talking about fooling his thermostat into thinking that he was walking around so it wouldn't turn off. And I was like, man, we should do a passive infrared sensor stream. I know a lot about passive infrared sensors. It was basically beat into me. And PIR sensors are very interesting, and we have a thermal camera. So, I don't think I have a PIR sensor though in the shop. Look at that. Can I squat or can't I? 3D printing, salt to taste, yes. When you weigh as much as I do, you're able to do squats. You're worried about breaking it? No, it's actually very strong. I don't know, I guess it looks fragile to you guys, because it doesn't feel fragile at all. It clunks into shifting positions, and I can put a little bit of meat on it, and it's still good with that. So, it works. But it feels very light. That's the only problem I have with it. It could be lower and it could be a little harder for me to shift it into gears. But in terms of like a controller, I can see it getting intuitive. It's just the question of what shift pattern I want to program into the thing. We need to get 8 buttons on a microcontroller today. That's what we're going to work on. I'm going to use the old-ass Arduino IDE because the new IDE can wipe your sketches folder or something, but I'll use the old one for now. I haven't even touched the new one. We haven't programmed in ages and ages, so this is going to be a little bit of shell shock for me. I haven't touched any programming in a long time. You guys get to see me get all the cobwebs out for this sort of thing. Yeah, that's what I said, let's program things, so holy shit, it's happening. I know, for the duration of your watching my streams, I have not done any programming. It feels weird, man. I do want to get a spring on this, though. That's one thing that I definitely want to get done. I don't know if one of these will be the right one. I guess I could just kind of like put it around there, because I don't want this bend point. Time to clear my work schedule. No! Don't expect art today. I'm kind of out of sorts. What were these springs? Why do I have all of these? These are like not normal springs, but they're not springy enough. I think this is the one that it has to be. So let me try to get this thing in here. I'll probably permanently alter the spring though if I'm not careful. Owie. Yep, I already permanently altered the spring. Oh well, let's look for that. Nope. Back it off. Back it off. I'll have to go around this way. Try to keep it on the plastic so it doesn't dig into my big motor wires. No, that's inevitable. There we go. Come on, around the bend. You can do it. Man, so how about that Philly moment, huh? That was a very West Philly Oscars, if you ask me. Yeah, well, there's also that other Philly. Yeah, that wasn't Philly. That was wasn't that towards Pittsburgh, where that 20-car pileup? Because we had those snow squalls. Those were wild. We had horizontal snow, and then it just kind of like stopped. Like it wasn't a big deal. And apparently the cars were clashing into one another. I need to like attach the spring at the top here. Southwest? Yeah, it was Western PA that happened. Hey, Groovy, how's it going? I don't know how I'm gonna hold this here. I need it to be there because I don't want this to get like a... Oh, it's a little bit north of where you're at. Okay. Yeah, that was wild. I mean, that squall was insane, right? I don't really know 81 that well. I don't know if I've traveled on it a lot. I know Route 1. Yeah. I think what I'm thinking about doing is bending it with the wire pliers and then making just like one little piece just go right in there. Going all right, huge stream delay. Yeah, I've noticed longer delays in streams. Is that one of my settings? Can I go in? Let me check to see if they turned on low latency mode or not. How do you get to that setting? That's in settings? Yeah, hold on. Disconnect protection, mature content, latency mode, low latency, best for near real-time reaction for the viewers. Normal latency, enable this setting if you do not interact with viewers in real time. All right, so it's on. That's set. Where do I get? Give me back my stream manager. I don't have chat up. There we go. Chat's back up. All right. Where's my Red Bull? I had a drink. I had a drink at one point in time. Give me 1 sec. Boop, boop, boop. There it is. It's on the floor. Okay, there we go. So I've been trying to invent a block that's going to go between the load cell and the brake pedal. And then I'll probably have to choose foam for the block, because foam will just give it that little bit of squish so that it feels kind of like a brake pedal, although I'll probably want more squish on it, you know, in the future. Maybe I can design something different, like, you know, use an RC car piston on more parts of this thing. But I do just want to get it done, because we got a lot of programming to do. A lot of testing and programming to do. All right, let's open up this tragedy of a housing and get this thing mounted in there. For new. I guess it gets dark over here. Oh, I don't have the light all the way over. There we go. This has been concerning me, the weirdness right here. We'll just put this together. Let's just start. Let's start the stream at 12:30. How about that? There's no rules. There's no rules. Everything is, oh my God. He started his stream. Dear Lord. He's a monster. He's an absolute fucking monster. Look at him. Look at him. What an asshole. Anyway, 16-minute intro. By God. Dogs and cats living together. Premature stream. Yeah, well, that happens sometimes. We need at least 45 minutes. You don't get it. Because I'm going to be working on projects anyway, so people are just going to be asking, why don't you just start the stream? All right, that's what I'm doing. That was a weird little delay lag going on in there. I guess the stream setup is working okay. I restarted the computer, so last message not even go through. Which one on the stream? Like I got. If it's not here, then yeah, I didn't see it. I don't know, man. I guess your internet's. Why that internet is so bad. I wanted to add a little bit of stream delay. Just look up a chat and the first thing I read. Wait a minute. No, never mind. Never mind. I look up and the first word that I see, I just say. It's weird. It's like a whole paragraph. Oh, yeah. I didn't get it, and there's no auto mod messages, so I don't know. I don't know what it is then. Yeah, just post it again. I wanted a little bit of strain relief on this thing, and this spring doesn't exactly fit on this cable tightly. Probably would be better to use something like this and let it be internal. Blame Fatanon. All right, yeah, we can do that. Deal. If I could get this spring to kind of like crush in a little bit there and be held, I'd rather use one of these. It's not like I'm going to do anything else with them, but we did put this one around it, which would... Reminds me of, I haven't switched the quality option after the stream first loaded. It's like that for every stream for me, like 30-second delay. Then I switch quality and it goes about a half-second delay. Huh. Yeah, sometimes I forget about the quality setting and it pops me down to 480p. like, why can't I read any of the text on this stream? So I want to spring here as strain relief because this is getting kind of ratty. I think I may need to desolder this and resolder it. This is a cool plug. This is for the simulator, the 3-phase motor. There's for the record, there's no moderation messages that I'm getting right now. It doesn't say that Fat's actually altering the internet. He has some kind of a backdoor that he's going through. So anyway, yeah, this is a cool connector. They use these in like RF stuff. The actual connector for the motor is a little bit more industrial, but I wanted to use a 3-phase DB connector. Pretty cool. I mean, it's like a cool little DB connector. So that is a secret. Yeah. Would repeated flexing at the end of the spring to dig into the... No, I don't think so. Although this one does have, the end is open a little bit. But the spring is, I want the spring to just support the wire and keep that bend from becoming too sharp. I don't think it'll dig in though. So yeah, this isn't really gonna work. I'm gonna use one of these, and what that means is that I need to desolder the connection here, and then get this sort of, I guess, under the plastic, because that's where it fits. It's not gonna fit around the whole thing. It'll fit around the wires themselves, and it's small enough that it'll get crushed in maybe with everything else. Let's just try it and see if it works. Because like this fraying over here is bad. That's bad news. All right, let's get into this. How do we undo this? Screws. Okay. Where did my big screwdriver go? I think it's buried in the stuff over here somewhere. I've been cleaning a little bit, not during the weekend because it was kind of a hectic weekend. Let's see. Where is? I don't see it anywhere. All right. Well, maybe it'll show up. That's what I've been kind of counting on, is that it'll just kind of appear. My regular Phillips head screwdriver, one of the Weras, the big one, is at large, and I don't know where it is. It's at large. It's having a little moment to itself. Apparently, they've shut down a bunch of bot farms in Ukraine that were doing disinformation campaign stuff. Like 10,000 SIM cards were seized. Holy shit. Speaking of bots. That's just wild stuff. All right, so this is all shrink wrapped, huh? It's all shrink wrapped and soldered, and we're gonna have to redo all that. Of course we are. Of course we are. I'm starting off with this just to kind of get the ball rolling a little bit here, right? Get the ball rolling, get used to streaming again after a short break. Wasn't that short of a break. Ever have one of those backroom dreams? I think so. I think I had one like that recently. It wasn't really backrooms, though. It was like an old house. So I guess maybe no. Okay, I have to make sure that I know which one goes where. So if I have a paint marker, and I do, I can mark one of these reds. There should have been like a Sharpie line on this, but the Sharpie line goes away. You can just like rub it off. So I had one where I found an item shop. That's awesome. That is a detailed dream then, to have an item shop in it. All right, so I'm just gonna try to like get the presence of paint somewhere that I'm not gonna accidentally scratch it off. I need this thing to be hooked up in the same way when I put it all back together, because what that'll do, if I mess this up, if I get the two reds crossed, the motor will run backwards. It's not like any super dire thing is going to happen. It's just the motor can run in the wrong direction. So so it pays to just label stuff so that it all goes back together the same way. All right, so we need to get rid of the insulation. That is a scalpel job. There's a scalpel. Scalpel job. Ready to go. We'll probably have to do the big soldering tip in order to get these things to desolder cleanly. I don't want to cut the jacket. I just want to cut the insulation that I put on these things, and then we'll have to find insulation to put on there. All that for spring. They had a racing wheel for sale there. That's awesome. Yeah, the subconscious is weird in the way that it organizes dreams, huh? Very strange the way it organizes your dreams. And that's like fundamental to dreams, right? Because everybody who tells you about a dream, you know, you roll your eyes, you're like, I really don't want to hear about a dream. But anybody who tells you about a dream always gives you the sense of unease. There's always the sense of unease, and that's just fundamental to it. Bears are crazy. They'll bite your head if you're wearing steak on it. I think that was it's a Space Ghost quote that I put in my senior paragraph. That was a dangerous operation. I almost cut myself. So I'm trying to keep my fingers away, but I just can't stop. It's like surgery. It is. There you go. Next. The trick is to do this without cutting yourself. That's the trick. That's the trick. That's really what, that's the secret. That's my secret to success, is not cutting myself on this wire. And it's worked out well for me. It's a you know, it's a pretty good tip. Pretty good tip. I'm gonna crush my thumb in the vise. I just casually crush my thumb in the vise. All right, so desolder these. Somehow, Palpatine returned. Somehow get a spring on this. The jury's out about which spring is gonna fit properly. I would like to use this one, but I'm not sure. You know, I want it to be a big spring, and I want it to be long enough that it's going to usher the cable into an easy bend. It needs to have enough spring force to it as well. Where'd you find the connector? eBay. I looked and looked for a connector that I could connect the motors with that wasn't going to break the bank, and could handle the current for the motors. And this is apparently a common connector with RF stuff, but it's exactly the size of a DB15, and the other connector has a DB15. So when it's plugged in, it looks like two DB15 connectors are stacked on top of one another, but in fact, one of them is a giant three-phase connector. It's kind of crazy. Big springs that I cannot lie. Can't deny. I cannot deny. But I can deflect. Anyway. Gauge of the wire. I think 18. Hold on. Ah, shit. I did cut one of the jackets here. I'm going to have to shrink wrap that more. Fuck. I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to cut them. Here it is. AWG. I need to get just a little bit above that. I think it's 14. Yeah, 14. 14 AUG. Yeah, they're good. They're good. This can take a lot of, way more current than a DB connector. That's why they use it. I mean, it's the gold bullet connectors. Those things are great. So it was either, you know, I wanted something that I could screw in place and it would stay in place. And the only problem is it stays in place well enough that there's a sharp bend at the end of this. So that's what we're correcting for. Hello? Heat? Hello? Hello? All right, let me turn on the soldering iron. Tell it that I'm alive by hitting this button. I'm still alive. There we go. We got, what's this guy's name again? I always forget it. Oh, Dr. Giovanni, the patron saint of, I think, brazing. FK Productions needed to test his laser, and so he went to the friend of ours, I guess, the friend of his since a long time ago. But he went to his friend and had him make some silly art to test his laser, cutting and etching. So that's what Dr. Giovanni is doing here. It's the same friend that sent me this microphone, actually. Because he's like, yeah, I got an extra. And he sends me this freaking production quality lapel mic. Jeez. Well, I'm putting it to good use. I bought a spare one of those microphones by now. And eBay is the way to go. Because I think in actual production, you know, they retire the microphones early. Or they just maybe don't like the sound of the mic. So I was able to get one from probably a place that rented them out for pretty cheap. I should probably put another connector into the end of this so that it's actually has some heat dissipation. I don't think I'm melting anything. Looks like it could be an NFT. Listen here, you little shit. That thing was sent to me before NFTs were a thing, okay? God, fucking hate NFTs. Ugh, I just want to spit every time I hear about them. Fool and then money departed or some shit like that. This feels like it's... Did that get more loose? Did I melt the housing? I hope I didn't. I'm going to try to be very quick with the heat. These are a little wobbly. Heat, heat, heat. Get it out of there. Don't use solder. Okay. And then heat, heat, heat. Hot heat, hot heat. Hee 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 ha ha. Ha ha hee hee hee. Hee hee ha ha. Melt, remove. Good. All right. Is my mark still on the cable? No. Fuck. Where did the mark go? Ugh. Typical. Well, that one has a red line down it. So I do have a marker mark on this. But I think the paint marker came off mostly. I think I see a little bit of paint on this one. Like just a little bit. Oh, God. So, all right, the one with the silver paint is the one without the line. So the one with the line goes opposite of the paint. It's clearly fungible. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't trust it. I don't trust NFTs to do anything for me. So here's the damaged area. It's just kind of like, it's just kind of funky. It's where the cable, I think, is like crossing itself in a weird way. And it just bent here. There's like a weird bend in it right there. So I just want to get the spring around all this, if it fits. I hope it does. Let's get this one off. This one we could just remove. Yeah, this stuff is expanding and keeping me from moving the spring. There we go. A slightly larger spring would be good, but I don't think I have anything. I don't really think I have anything. And I need it to go into the housing and get clamped so that it doesn't, you know, shuffle around. So let's see if we can get this thing on here. I'm just wondering about what's going on right here. Hold on. Maybe we can get this. I can lower this all the way down so that I can see what's going on here. Nothing, apparently. Nothing is going on at all. Why were you worried? What is this? What is this? Huh, okay. All right. There's just like a lump in the stuff. Okay, there. Lump out. The lumbago. The lumpy. What do you mean beeper time? My glucometer? I haven't eaten today. I haven't been eating a lot lately. I have not eaten anything. I ate a bunch of stuff last night, but not today. Okay, that's only gonna fit the wires, huh? Should I put it under the jacket? It's voodoo. No, that was my best friend. Octoj is banning bots right now. Ever banning, always with the bot banning. It's a good thing, chat. It's a good thing. Okay, so should this go all the way under everything? That seems a little weird, right? All the way under everything? Let's see. What else do we have? I mean, I've got this motherfucker. This thing is a little bit much. This thing won't bend at all. In fact, it'll produce a sharp end at the end of the the spring. So that's a bad idea. That's just a bad idea. That just won't work. And I have to use the RC car spring. These are too big. These ones that I bought for the shifter originally, those are too big. And this one was too small, or too weak. Too weak. 2 weeks. This one is just not going to do anything. That'll just be a sharp bend. Or maybe it'll work. Maybe this will be enough. I don't think so, though. Not with a plastic jacket. Could cut into the wires when it gets clamped in. Maybe. It depends on how much. I mean, this is all the clamp that I've got. Is this? So I don't even know. This can't clamp in. It's not small enough. Yeah. So there's another problem. Can't clamp in. All right. What do we do now? Well, I don't have anything. I don't know. Yeah, it's like the only springs I have are these 3 sizes. 1, 2, 3. Right here. 1, 2, 3. This one can go over everything. It does have kind of enough force to encourage just a soft bend. Maybe a little, no, not too much, but if I bend the end of that straight out, then I can anchor it in here. I didn't have to desolder anything. That's annoying. but it doesn't exactly fit around there as snug as I would like it to. This one is like great. This would be perfect. But I can't fit it with everything around it. It won't go out over the plastic either. And I could just do it over the insulation. That would be fine. but also I would have to really like bend that in order to get it to go in here and anchor down with everybody else. If I alter the spring, it's gonna look like it's gonna be the worst, because like this one I got altered, and look at it, just look at it, it's terrible. So I don't want to mess with the springs too much. I don't want to do that. I don't want to listen to chat. That one can actually clamp with everything, huh? That one will actually fit in the clamp. Is this going to be the one? It's just so weak. I think what it'll do is it'll end up just bending anyway. So this would be like doing nothing. Listen to chat. I read chat. Sometimes I read chat. I'll admit to that personal flaw. Actually, this one's pretty good, but it is the same size. It'll fit a little bit more, but I don't think it'll fit around. Yeah, it'll barely fit around the wires themselves. All the 14 gauge wires. That's not going to work. Damn it! That one was so close. That one was so close. I think what we need to do is alter one of these. Unfortunately, I wish this was longer though. I like using springs as strain relief on the wires because they look cool. They look badass. I mean, what I could do is shrink wrap it. That's another thing that I could do. Now that we've got all of this disassembled, I could just put a couple pieces of shrink wrap around this, and then it would discourage the harsh bending. Maybe we should just do that. Maybe I should hold my horses a little bit here, and maybe just clamp this with shrink wrap, and then it'll all hold together properly. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna use shrink wrap. I think I'm just gonna use shrink wrap. Sorry to disappoint, chat. Go to Micro Center and buy water tube wrapping and a video card. Yeah. I mean, I've seen rubber hose used sometimes to do this. I don't have thick-walled rubber hose though. The brewing hose would probably be pretty good for this, because it would go over this silicone stuff, and it wouldn't be conductive, and it would crush in a little bit with everything. But I think shrink wrap is the limit here, because this is a very small pathway, and I need the insulation to go all the way up to this, because this is the anchor point. But then I need something coming out of the back. I'm really pushing the limits of the wire gauge on these housings. Maybe I could find a different housing with a larger gauge in the back, but I don't have it on hand, so let's just do it this way then. I need the shrink wrap drawer, or the shrink wrap bin. This bin hasn't been seen on stream in quite some time, believe it or not. This one barely ever comes out, because this has all my alternative sizes of shrink wrap. Yeah, I could drill it, but then it wouldn't have the little clamping structures inside, right? I don't think that would be right. I don't think that would be good. Let's get you away. You're scary. Having wire cutters just sitting out with all these wires. It's hungry. It'll cut my wires. All right, so these are the larger sizes that I have for like wrapping batteries and stuff. Oh, look, there's a spring in here. Nah, don't need it. Don't need it. Don't need the spring. I've lost the spring in my step. Let's see. We could use... I don't know. It's somewhere between these. Between these sizes that I have. Betwixt. We do a couple layers of it. Because, like, I don't think this is going to fit over. Yeah, that's the same problem with everything else is all... It's all got the same problem. It's all this size. Look, it's the same size. They're the same thing. Ugh. I think packages are arriving or some shit. There's a lot of commotion. I'm getting motion alarms going off all over the place. Somebody's having a dance party in front of the cameras. There's no camera feed. The Ring camera feed is real shitty. Like, I don't pay for the service, so I don't get the video right away, or I don't get the recording feature rather. I don't get the recording feature on it, and so it's got this huge delay before it actually brings up the video of the person at your door. A little bit of a ripoff. Now, It's at least there as kind of like a wind chime, so to speak. Tell me that stuff's going on when I'm down here in the basement alone. All right, so how close do we need to get this? Pretty much where it is. Just a little bit further forward. There we go. Right about there. And I'm just going to hit that with heat. Let me get the heat gun out. We're to 4 ring cameras, but apparently you can't live view them all at once. No, you can't. And they use up a lot of battery doing that, unless you do, you know, you plug it in. But I don't have power where the cameras are. So basically, the garage alert tells me that somebody's approaching, and then the doorbell does doorbell stuff. I mean, it comes up decently okay when somebody rings the doorbell, but if I try to pull it up on the app and stuff, it takes forever for it to work, and then my Wi-Fi kind of sucks. So ring cameras are absolutely garbage. Yeah, well, it's you. Listen, I'm not gonna say that because it is very useful here. I just expected that a company that does like alerts would generally try to make them pop up quickly. PTZ, is that better? I've already put all the money into the system, so it's not like I'm not really gonna reinvent the wheel. That sounds rattly. Why does it sound rattly? I'm trying to push this forward a little bit more. Hold on. Push that up there. Get that wrapped nice and tight. And then give it the beans. Nope, hold on. No beans, no beans. I have the Ring doorbell. The mic quality is unusable. Like it as a motion sensor for when somebody's in my front yard. Yeah, exactly. Pan, tilt, zoom. Ah. I never know if what you're saying is sarcastic or not. All right, let's try not to mess this up. Actually, I don't want to twist it around and have it settle weirdly. So I'll just do this. I'll pick up the ow, that's hot. Owie. Stop hurting me. Ah, fuck. Yeah. Sarcasm on Twitch? Are you kidding me? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Is this not going to fit? I don't think this is going to fit. Ow! Damn it. Hold on. This thing on the low setting is like freaking belching fire out of the front of it. Sucks. Are you kidding? Sarcasm on Twitch? Never heard of it. Sarcasm? I barely knew her. What? What does he mean? Non-midi. I'm trying to put enough heat into this thing, but without melting the plastic spiral wrap. I guess there are shrink wraps where you can just do the whole cable, right? But I don't have any of that stuff. This is not shrinking as much as I'd like it to. I don't think it's that 1 to 3 shrink wrap that I bought a long time ago. Okay, let's see if I can get something right to start off a welcome to a programming stream. we're programming. Look at us go. Fascinating. I mean, one thing that I can do is try to get the spiral wrap on this thing a little tighter, but I think the spiral wrap is sized just a little bit large. Just by twisting it, basically. If the spiral wrap was a little bit tighter to this, it would provide a little bit of strain relief, too. We'll put another layer of shrink wrap on this, though. I'll do like a shorter one. So you get a variable rate spring at the back, made out of shrink wrap. Yeah, because this is like a loose fit. I don't know. I don't know if this is going to work. I mean, it'll be better than nothing. That's for sure. So yeah, 2 layers of shrink wrap, and hopefully this bend I'll have to keep an eye on. Use a combo of camel case and whatever the other one is, underscores. This is all we're doing right now is we're just teasing Cannibal Jesus. He's never even seen a programming stream here, which is weird. I guess I've been avoiding programming for a while. Not intentionally. I've had a lot of stuff to, you know, do that's been pretty interesting on stream. It's not like I've been, like, skipping streams in order to avoid programming stuff. We just haven't had the need for it. It's not me, it's you. Wait, what? Ow, owie, ouch, my bones. No, this is not a heat gun. This is actually it's called a thermal flashlight. And this is for illuminating objects in thermal vision. That's specifically what this does. Yeah, so that is the purpose. I was showing off Giovanni, Dr. Giovanni earlier, and I told the, you know, where he came from your laser cutter. I still got Dr. Giovanni up on the soldering station there. He's a little bit illuminated. I had to actually write Dr. Giovanni on the back because I kept forgetting his name, but the patron saint of brazing. Poor bastard. Yeah, he didn't deserve what happened to him. I should also get a thermal flashlight and a thermal camera. Gonna run you about $200 to $300. That's about what this thermal camera cost. Because I got the, well, if you probably want to run it differently, so it could vary. But the camera itself, about $150 if you hunt around like eBay and stuff like that. And then the board that runs this is the thermal webcam module from GroupGets, which cost about $100, a little bit more. That's not going to encourage any bending here, is it? That's just not going to bend. Yeah, we might have overdone it. I'm trying to, what we're doing right now is for the Granite Devices setup for this controller that's in a oddly familiar to FK Productions laser box. I picked this up from his shop for his old laser. It just happened to be just the right size for the power supply and the control board. This thing is really hot, I gotta be careful. For the power supply and the control board for the Granite Devices SimuCube. But yeah, that's what runs my 2 horsepower, 3-phase Mitsubishi Mel Servo powered, not BMW, it's a Mercedes steering wheel, and then we just completed the shifter on this thing, which feels okay. It's very light. It's very light, and I wanted it to be a little bit more harsh and mechanical and feel like an actual car shifter, but they will not let you get out the door with a real car shifter for less than $300, so I'm not doing that. Strap it to my foot. Kind of pervy. Thermal upskirt cam enjoyer. Okay, so back over to here. What I'm doing is on the connectors for the motor, we have this clever little guy right here. This is I forget the series, I forget the name, but it's a DB connector that has these big golden plugs. Big golden plugs, and that's what carries all the current of that 3-phase industrial motor. But the problem is, this spiral wrap is not very tight around the cable. And so what happened is it took on kind of a harsh bend, and that bend just kind of stays there because the weight of the cable is kind of pushing it down. In the actual like industrial cables for the motors like this, they're like, you can spend like $1,500 on a cable. Just a wire to hook up your motor. And usually they've got armored jackets around them and stuff like that. Well, I don't have any armored jacketing to put around this thing. That would be cool. I could go buy a shower hose and open it up and use it over top of this thing. That would be kind of cool. But anyway, I'm just doing the cheap and easy shrink wrap. Just shrink wrapping over it. And then we'll crush that with this. Hopefully it'll crush. And that'll just keep the end from, that's not gonna do it. I just moved the bend up. Nope, it's not gonna do it. Shit, fucked it all up. Fucked it up, let's undo it. Undo what we did. Maybe 1 layer of this stuff will do. I just need it to not bend so harshly. I'm gonna cut that. He's talking about putting a webcam on a shoe. What else are you gonna do with that? Maybe it's my filthy mind coming up with the application. My trash brain. Okay, this isn't gonna work. This stuff is too stiff. Too stiff. What I really need is a piece of hose. A piece of hose would be perfect. That's your filthy mind. Listen. What was that? Is that a metal casing for the DB? Yeah, this is a metal casing. It's a pretty hardcore DB connector. This did not come with this, I don't think. I don't think it did. We calculated it. I don't know. It's like 18 amps or something. I don't got those numbers just in my head, unless I'm right about that. I don't remember. I don't remember, but it's beefy enough. This thing can handle, like, a lot, because they're big. Oh, the max is 25 based on the motor specs. Okay, there you go. Yeah, these can handle way over that, so. Industrial cord drops with the ceiling. We use 3-phase SO cord? I don't even know what that is. The strain relief that looked like a Chinese finger trap. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to invent here. I just don't have the right stuff. This isn't going to shrink enough, I don't think. I mean, like a piece of, like, let me, where's the hose? I got a bin full of hoses. Hold on. I got a whole bin full of hoses. I got a whole bin full of this shit. I think I can find something. Anyway, thanks for joining me on my programming stream. I appreciate you guys coming and hanging out. It's good stuff. It's good to have people. God, that's a heavy bin. Heavy is the bin that contains all of whatever the hell this is. Oh my, what is this bin even all about? What is this? It's not, well, that stuff is mostly just for noise. The jacketing. The jacketing is basically a ground because basically industrial 3-phase motors, when they're doing jobs like, you know, emulating the motion of a steering wheel. Look, a motor driver. Yeah, this is like the automation bin, and it's actually obsolete. I need to work around this. I need to rework this bin. I got a lot of these motor controllers. This one's even hooked up. But yeah, oh, this is a 1 to 100 drive stepper, by the way. What's up, Corndog Joe? I was thinking of putting this thing on the microscope so that I have a digital focus, but this is like kind of heavy. Oh, this is disgusting. What is this? That's way too large, though. Okay, so yeah, this is not the right bin. Hold on. Away you go, old industrial bin. Anyway, a big industrial motor that's moving 2 horsepower around, both of them horses, and has to emulate all of the little motions of a steering wheel, all the little forces involved in steering, is going to generate a lot of noise. There's a lot of electricity running around in there. And so those 3-phase wires, basically what they say is the encoders are so sensitive that you should not run the, where's that bin full of tubes? What happened to that? My bins are all out of order. It's going to generate a lot of noise to the degree where they actually have in the recommendations for running the motor, they say don't run the position encoder cable parallel to the motor cable itself because it generates so much noise. Pretty crazy stuff. All right. Oh, here's some tubes. In the floor bin, of course. I should have checked the floor bin first. Yeah, here's a bunch of stuff. I don't know if this is going to provide us with the right strain relief, though, as the bins pile up on the desk. A friend of mine gave me these big industrial encoder, or sorry, big industrial button housings from Eaton. But I don't know, they're a little ratty. They got a little dirt on them. They have good buttons behind them. I was hoping to use more of these things, but they're, I don't know, like in the sim setup, like have a big button, but they're like big industrial buttons. It's like a lot to press that. There's still motion being detected. What is going on out there? All right. These are all these weird sections of tubes that have like, you know, weird, focus that a little closer. Huh? There we go. Weird ribbed tubes and shit like this. These are from a Keurig. We took apart a Keurig, and man, Keurigs are interesting. But if you've had a Keurig and it has sat for an extended amount of time, do not use it. Do not use it, because there were some disgusting, just like, there was like black mold in some of the tubes. There was one tube that was kind of like, you know, didn't drain out, because they basically, what they do is they hold water in that reservoir, and you can tilt them upside down and drain them out, but that water is always kind of held in the Keurig. You can run vinegar through it until you're blue in the face from all the vinegar you've been drinking, but it's not really gonna necessarily get rid of something like something that's like kind of attached to the side. Yeah, run bleach and then flush. It's just not worth it. It's just not worth it. You should be brewing your coffee a different way anyway. But yeah, I had a Keurig that sat for like a year or two before we actually got around to taking it apart. And it was nasty inside. There's some nasty stuff going on there. This might be what I'm looking for. This piece of tube right here. It would be cool to use this, even though it's disgusting. My only problem is with doing this is that silicone rubber holds dust really, really well, and it's disgusting when it does. It's absolutely filthy. I hate it, but we need something to soften this bend, so I don't know. I'm just kind of playing with stuff today. I mean, I'm not going to fit the wires into this. Those things are designed weird. Yeah, they are. They are indeed. Yeah, the amount of waste they make is pretty spectacular, actually. I think the creator of the Keurig has apologized for it. Not that that's doing anything. Thanks for your kind words, my friend. Dolphin chowing down on a Keurig cup really appreciates your sentiment. Have an electric kettle? Yeah, they take longer in America, but they're pretty good. The electric kettles, that is. It kind of works. This kind of works. I'll make sure that it doesn't destroy the... It doesn't really flex with it, though. Time for the percolator. Okay, let's see. Yeah, in America, we don't have 220, so it does take a little bit of time for electric kettles to work here, but I have one too. I have an electric kettle. I like it. Yeah. Time for the percolate. Percolate. V2. Voy V2. Damn it. Would you just... I can't get it to go any further. Let me just cut it. Fresh grinding and using a French press. Hell yeah. I don't know. I just... We do have a Keurig. We do actually use a Keurig here. I have to admit. Unfortunately. This isn't working. None of this is working. I don't like any of this. Plus, I mean, I need to get that frayed end to contact this. Almost considered roasting my own. Too much work for coffee in the morning. That's true too. Take a sip of Red Bull. Unrelated. Yeah, the jet fuel that engineers always make. Yeah, we call our coffee jet fuel here. Ha 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 ha. And then you taste their coffee and you're like, people live with this? Like, this is okay with you? This isn't coffee. This is like dirt juice. I can't say anything because I'll insult them. And their horrible, horrible coffee. At the IED job, we worked in an office situation, and there would sometimes be like generals that would come and visit, and so we'd do all the hullabaloo that engineers do, right? Turn on all the oscilloscopes, make sure all the blinking lights are going, look like we're busy, everybody's working, all the lab benches are set up with devices that we would otherwise have in the closet because we were done analyzing them. Set up everything, lights, cameras, action, right? And then they'd offer them this Seattle's best coffee, the best that Seattle has to offer. It was not good at all. It was the shittiest fucking coffee. It's so bad. Yeah, pocket protectors at the ready. That's right. I know, making coffee is not that great. No. I don't mean it was the best coffee in Seattle. I mean it was Seattle's best coffee. That's a brand. And boy oh boy is that a misappropriated brand. It is not good. It is not good. I don't know how we can soften the bend on this thing. I mean, I could get like a little piece of the silicone tube and put it down through this whole thing so that just has a little bit more of a thing. Or maybe I could just clamp it down again and hope for the best this time. I don't know. All the best. I don't know what to do about this. Because basically, that was big borp. I don't know what to do about this. I'll be the first to admit when I don't know how to do something. Sometimes. I'm not sure how to do strain relief on this wire. I think maybe we go back to the spring. I think maybe I alter the end of the spring and I use one of the black springs, one of these guys, and then we just have one little piece of the spring go into this. And then that'll be it. That'll be it for the strain relief. I didn't have a good idea of how I was going to do this when I started. That's why I'm sort of bumping against the bumpers in our game of bumper pool here. Bumping up against the bumpers. That is the most toxic phrase on Twitch. Streamer doesn't know. Streamer doesn't know. Haha. Hee hee ha ha. Streamer doesn't know. You just say it. Fuck. Anyway, Seattle's best is at its greatest, not even considered coffee, and at its worst, it's some kind of an engine degreaser. I once brewed coffee for the office using that shit, and I didn't look at the amounts that I should have been putting in, and I made poison. I made engineer poison. Even in spite of that fucking coffee that they drink and how horrible it is, yeah, I somehow weaponized it. Oh no, that's the wrong direction. Shit. Fuck, shit, fuck. Fuck, shit, fuck. Bend them out that way. So I'm going to bend it out that way, and then I'm going to unbend my heart. I'm going to try to give it a little bit of an unbend. See if I can do that with this. Did what just drop? No, I threw the bin on the floor because that's where it lives. That was an intentional placement of something. I don't think we're counting that as a drop. That'd be silly. Yeah, this isn't looking too good. It's a little wobbly. I warned you guys about this, that if I had to alter the spring, it wouldn't exactly end up flat. See if I can flatten it with a pair of pliers a little bit. It's better than nothing. That's working out okay. Managed to just make a little end on the spring. Of course, that would go like that, and it would have a weird offset, but I guess it's okay. Reaming a bong? What are you talking about? Reaming a bong? Is this some kind of bong maintenance that I don't know about? I've never owned a bong. Let's see here. I know nothing. I know nothing. Try to bend this thing into the proper orientation. Which camera does he use? This is camera 1. I use camera 2. I use camera 3 every now and then. And then I got camera 1 zoom. There's a camera 3. I just don't have access to it on that setup. Or no, those are all the cameras, I think. I also have thermals. That's a camera. That's the microscope. So there's oh yeah, that's right. The microscope was the other one. I don't have access to that on. I have to click on it. Microscope's also a C920, but that's the thermal imager. You guys are talking about every camera but the one that the chat member asked about. This is a Logitech Brio on the arm. C920 is what you're seeing me through right now. And then over there, I have a C922 or something like that for the board cam. The thermal imager you guys have in the command over there. And then I've got another C920 that's been altered in order to be a microscope. And that's what's described in that command there. So if you want to know the camera, now you know all the cameras. The only problem is you have to go through what's called the procedure. You must do the procedure in order to get the cameras to look right. Because Logitech sucks at drivers. Their drivers suck. And they should feel bad about that, but they don't because they're a multi-billion-dollar fucking company. Yeah, there it is. The procedure. Brio number 2 is sitting. Brio number 2 is right here. There's Brio number 2. We got to get back to that, but we have to fix the milling machine in order to get back to that. I got the housing from Kurokesu, which is the Lithuanian machiner of camera bodies, both for science and tech. Yeah, Logitech wires are the absolute fucking worst. They are indeed. They are indeed. All right, 3 pieces of shrink wrap. Go. Or don't go. Please don't leave. I used to love them. Yeah, the problem is when you guys, if VOD watchers skip to the end of the stream, VOD people will be able to rewind to the very beginning of the stream to see what I have to do in order to jog the cameras back into functionality. I got a little triggered there. The procedure. Logitech cameras are terrible. They don't remember their settings. You can have really cool looking video like I have right here. It looks great. It looks rich and colorful, and it's not completely washed out by the exposure filters and everything. Darks are darks, lights are lights. Generally, Logitech webcams are good at being plonked on top of a computer and just running, right? But they're not going to give you this, because I have a lot of lighting. I have lighting on me right now. That's why my cheeks are shiny. So I should probably actually do makeup before streaming. It's weird, right? I should powder my nose, so to speak. My giant, bulbous, fucking awful nose. But I have a lot of lights on me right now, and I have a lot of lights in the shop. When I turn off the lights, I mean, this is the light the camera puts out. If you push your camera to make those darks into lights, you're going to get a lot of noise and graininess in your video. Logitech webcams, you plug on top of your computer and it goes, I got this, I'll figure it out, and it blows everything out. And so they look like shit. So what people do is they then jump to buying a professional camera in order to do streaming. So they'll have their professional camera, they'll have their stupid ring lights, so people's eyes always have a ring in them. I hate that. I hate it. You watch streamers and you're like, his eyes are like, there's like a ring light in his eyes. But yeah, it's just what people do. I use the Logitech webcams because if you actually go in and alter the settings and get them to be locked down, here we are. Everything looks good. Now, I won't be turning off OBS for the rest of the week because I don't feel like going through all that trouble again. I've got automation here on the Stream Deck that actually tries to get the cameras working. But I need to get in there and alter it. What's up, Lardkiss and Hackle Yellow? Yeah, really? There's like other webcams in other companies, right? But like People who run out and buy a $600 like point and shoot camera to give them decent video in their setups, which is wild. Wild. It totally benefits the other company, but holy shit. Yeah, it's just, man, just learn the procedure is all I can suggest. So yeah, what we'll do is we'll clamp all that together, and I'm just adding one little piece of wire, and that'll hold on to the spring, hopefully, and then the spring is hopefully loose enough that it's, yeah, see, it's gonna just kind of usher the cable into a bend without allowing a sharp bend. It's actually a little weak for that, isn't it? It's better than what was there before. What was there before was nothing, and then because the spiral wrap is a little bit loose, the spiral wrap allowed it to take on a sharp bend, and that was worrying me. That's eventually going to I mean, these are high flexibility wires. I use the silicon jacketed wire for this stuff, so maybe it would have a fighting chance, but I want to give it a little bit more of an opportunity to hold itself up properly. Okay, back to soldering, huh? We need shrink wrap, and then we need solder. Oh, not solder. We're not doing like goat sacrifice. Let's see here. Ba 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 ba. I'm gonna use yellow. It's gonna look awful, but it'll be behind the. We just won't tell anybody that it's so disgusting behind the scenes, much like me. Now, will this shrink enough to get? I think it will. I think it'll work. Anyway, yeah, welcome to my stream, newbies, new people. You got that unfortunate thing that Twitch implemented where your first message is highlighted for us to see. Yellow is a cool color. Get that guy. Get him. It's a warm color. Warm shrink wrap. Heavy is the wire that... Ah! Where's the shrink wrap? It's only for mods and streamers? Okay. Well, make sure that I can know who's chatting first. Gotcha. Got ya. All right, so the wire with the marker on it goes to the left. Back and to the left. All right. That's my reaction to the fart machine is you know that video where the dog's just like screaming? Just like howling? Like, you like your new toy? And the dog's like, oh! And she's like, all right. A daily fart. You get 2 a stream. Unless you guys have been gambling. Chat has a gambling problem. Where's my marker mark? And the funky bunch. There it is. That's the only one that I need to know, is where the other red goes. So I will... Oh, wait. Hold on a minute. We forgot something. That's like building stuff 101. Is you forget the shrink wrap. And I need to shrink wrap all of these because the body of this thing is supposed to be ground. So these will go positive and negative in the voltages, but the body is ground. The body is bruised. My soldering iron, run by Dr. Giovanni over there, thinks that I'm dead. It thinks that I've keeled over, passed out, and died. So it's turned itself off. It's very kind of it. Beep. You gotta remind it that you're alive. The completely unlabeled button on the front of this thing. You're just supposed to know about. You're just supposed to know about it. And there's literally one setting on this thing. I've seen soldering irons where you have to plug in a USB key in order to operate it, and that USB key contains all of your settings. Yeah, we took away the IntelliHot command. I didn't like it too much. It was okay though. I just didn't want to get bogged down with too many commands. Pull and focus. Too many little games. I kind of tightened up the commands list at one point, and IntelliHot got axed. No, we don't. No, we don't. My show, my rules. I'm the decider. Okay, like that. The problem is the heat wicking up the wire. And then this is like, this doesn't want to arrange itself in the right order. If I need to go under, I guess I could just do that. Yeah, we'll just have to tighten up the jackets around this before we put it all back together. No, the command just logged the number of times that I was fucked over by IntelliHeat. Just the number of times I would go into solder something and then nothing happens. Because that would happen often. But like I saw soldering irons that have like personal preferences attached to them, and it's like, what are you doing with that? It's like a hot piece of metal. Like, can you tell more about IEDs? Yeah, the government would not appreciate me doing that. No, look, the work that I did in terms of like the stuff we saw and the origin of it, that was like, technically, we barely ever did anything that was like technically top secret. There are certain facets of it, and there's, certain things about it that were top secret, and they were very well labeled. That was part of the job, was labeling everything extremely well. But it's generally frowned upon if I talk about the design of IEDs here. Just common sense, right? I'm not exactly going to sit here and tell you guys how to put together an IED that functions in a particular way. I used to. It was inactive for a couple years after the job, but it's been over 5 years, so it's I no longer have any type of security clearance. Like, not even inactive. It's just fully revoked. Not really revoked, but it's just I don't have it anymore, and I have to go through the full investigation and stuff if I wanted to get one again, which I don't. For the longest time, people were like, "Yeah, security clearance, man. It's just like a license to make money." Not anymore. Not really. I mean, for a while, having it was great because they weren't like doing investigations into new ones, but. Yeah, I had TS, but there are other levels that I didn't have because I didn't have. You need to actually need it to have it. So just because of where I was working, the building that I was working in, I had it. But then they moved a lot of the stuff off site eventually too. So I don't know if the people doing that job anymore have it or not. Nor do I care. Nor do I care. I'm not going back to that. I'm not going back to that. I don't like working in weird facilities. At a gray cubicle, all the gray office furniture, all the gray you can stomach. Everything was gray. We're stuck with them. One of my computer engineer's friends graduated with BS semester as a job lined up in security work for $100K a year. Yeah, I was not making that much money. That was I'm gonna put a little bend in the end here, just so that it holds on to the spring. Yeah, I was not making that much money. It must be nice, right? I guess I could have gone into fucking IT and made a bitch load of money just from the government. But I didn't. I busted my ass to get a degree in electrical engineering, and then they didn't pay me anything. It's like an unpaid intern there, practically. Considering the amount of clout I got in that job, nothing. Nothing divided by nothing is nothing. Now I just farm clout on Twitch. How am I doing? I just steal clout from like Tomato. That's all I'm doing. I'm not in his streams because I like his streams. They're terrible, right? I'm not there because I enjoy it. I'm just there to farm clout from you guys. Give me that clout. No, I actually enjoy Tomato streams. That's why I'm there. Don't get it twisted. I'm a being comprised entirely of clout. Technically, it's undefined. Hey, we got a math major. All right. This is not closing on the end, and I think it's because the wires are overlapping inside of this. Yeah, it's right where the lump is in the wire. Unfortunately, these three didn't come in the right order all the way at the end of the tube. So I'm wondering if I can maybe like work that down a little bit so that it's held up by the spring. Maybe this thing will actually produce a bend. My day one here and I'm enjoying it. Ah, thank you, man. I'm in kind of a weird state right now. I'm in a weird state, chat. So, thank you for joining me on my weird state stream. All right, do this, do that, get this thing all the way in here. Hopefully that crushes with everybody else. Plays nice. PA is in a weird state. I guess New Jersey has the weird New Jersey thing, right? New Jersey's the weirdo. It's always Jersey, isn't it? It's always Jersey with you. Jersey this and Jersey that. I can't take it anymore. Yeah, weird New Jersey is pretty crazy. I think FK Productions went to that mental facility that's totally abandoned. It's like partially flooded out. They found like a tranquilizer gun dart. Okay, so Florida man, I should explain. Florida is pretty crazy. Florida is pretty crazy. They're a pretty insane state. A lot of meth. But here's the deal. Here's the deal with Florida man specifically. Florida man is a construct of the fact that Florida court cases or police, I think it's just police activity, is reported publicly. And so this fucking thing keeps dropping out. We're supposed to be programming, but I'm getting sidetracked as usual. Anyway, Florida has like a public, I don't know, ledger, register, I don't know what to fucking call it. But anyway, all of their court cases have to be publicly reported, or their whatever it is, the police proceedings or whatever the hell it is. And so instead of naming names often, they will just say, Florida man did this, Florida man did that. I believe, and this is just a belief, this is not a fact, maybe it's a factoid, that most criminal proceedings in the state of America, you know, that state, are going to be just as insane. They're all going to be insane. People are insane. People be tripping. Like, shit's crazy out there, guys. So I believe Florida man isn't all that localized to Florida. It just happens to be that their reporting is so much more public, and that's where the meme comes from. But then again, you also have meth and alligators, so who am I to say? Who am I to judge? Project today? Sim stuff. Programming. It's right there in the title. I don't know, mobile users have trouble seeing the titles. Yeah, we're working on the sim setup, and I would like to get some programming done on it. So naturally, that's what I'm doing right now. You must be fun at parties. I just want to explain things. Yeah, maybe it works. Maybe it doesn't. Who am I to judge? I guess that's okay. It's okay. I mean, I could always try to tighten up the spring, but I don't really think that's going to do much. Oh, crap. I didn't get the end of this stuff in it. Damn it. Yeah. These fucking things built to annoy me. No, it's the Florida Man grind set. That's what that is. It's not a mindset, it's grind set, baby. Gotta get my Florida Man grinding done. Well, that doesn't sound right. Damn it, I gotta disassemble the whole thing. I forgot to get the plastic jacket seated inside of this. So all this stuff has to go in here. I gotta crush it. I must crush. Ah, damn it. Hold on. My thumb muscle is screaming at me right now. Thumb muscle's screaming at me. So what I've done is I've flattened the end of the spring, and I've made a little notch in it that's going to keep it seated, right? So that'll keep it from backing out of the connector, because we didn't have a spring that tightly fits around this. I wish we did. I just don't have that size of spring. It would be much better if it fat tightly, but it doesn't. So what I'm going to do is just crush flattened end, crush it, and then that'll just keep this on the end, and it'll hopefully support the cable and promote a more gradual bend, because that tight bend was starting to look a little frayed. And then again, like, you know, the improvements that I'm doing to the sim setup, I think I'm going to want to attach the controller, the control box over there. I think I'm going to want to attach that to the pedal setup, because the pedal setup is growing and it's getting kind of out of hand. I mean, honestly, I should have been building a pit a long time ago, but computers are illegal now. So, you know, because nobody can get them. You have to get them on, like, the black market. Just computers, you know. It's just how they are. So I'm not exactly going out there and building a bespoke sim pit with this stuff. It needs to clamp to the rest of my computer. Sim problems, it's never done. Yeah, well, there's that too. Well, there's that too. How's it going, Chester? Oh, yeah, I already said hi. You're buying a 3090 Ti? Oh, God. I wish. Yeah, I'm not. I think all graphics cards just go to YouTubers, right? That's where they go. I wanted to buy a 6900 XT. I don't have the money for it anymore. I just don't got the money. I feel like I'm cross-threading this. Come on, man. Just work with me, please. Oh, do I not need a cross-threaded screw in my life right now? And some streamers, yeah. I wonder how Rabaz is feeling with his 3090, huh? Big expensive card. Not like he hasn't purchased insane technology somewhat uselessly before. Cough, cough, Threadripper, cough, cough. What do you even do with a Threadripper? You know? Oh, fuck, I forgot the other. No, it's not a regular D-sub. This is a special power-related D-sub connector, and it has something to do with RF. You rip the threads, duh. Yeah, you buy what you can. I don't know, the 40 series, I think, hasn't it been announced or something? Something happened with the 40 series, and I remember. I gotta keep this clamped down. You can get the XT 22% above MSRP right now? 1.1K is actually a fucking super hot deal. Oh, that's why it felt weird, because it was round peg. Square peg in a round hole. Hold on. Back it out. Back it out. My hands hate me right now. You can install Gen 2 really fast. All those threads. Can you, like, does it help rendering video or something? Like, what do you do with a Threadripper? Yeah, normal D-subs, 5 amps a connection. They're beefy. They're good for automation, where you have, like, a lot of stepper motors, because you got 4 connections per stepper motor, and they have to charge, like, up to, they have to utilize up to, like, an amp of power if you're really pushing it. Why are these flatheads? That is really annoying. I need these screws, though, because I want to make sure that this connector stays plugged in. Jesus Christ, this is going poorly. It always does. All these things that I attempt to do. But yeah, D-subs are awesome. They've got great shielding. They're easy to solder. They take a lot of current on the pins. You can get away with a lot of different projects being connected by D-subs with solder cups. I very much enjoy using them in things. It's, you know, typically I try to not have, like, a love affair with old technology on this stream. These subs are where I make an exception. These subs are where I make a bit of an exception. God, my hands hurt after this. Jeez. Finally got it all in there, though. Use it for a VM host. Yeah, you could host a shitload of VMs with that, huh? Isn't that all parallel computing? Unsupported by software. The softwares that support that much parallel in their operation are like crazy stuff. Like VMs and Linux. That's all you get to do on that stuff. Photoshop isn't going to run any faster because you got 10,000 threads for it to use, because it doesn't know how to use them. It doesn't need to. See, this is a successful spring strain relief. That keeps this cable from doing a tight bend. But this cable's also tightly wrapped with the fabric. This thing, not so much. I don't know. I think that works, though. I think that works. I think we've achieved strain relief. Now I'm going to plug it back in and everything will explode. I wanted to get that done at the beginning of stream. I was going to do it during pre-stream, but I decided to just start stream because there are no rules. I control everything. Okay, so. What's going on here? Why is my desk all full of shit? Why am I full of shit? Well, I've been explaining that for a while. What we got going on here is a sim setup. Well, not exactly here. Yeah, achievement unlocked. Sproing. Get in my drawer. There we go. Okay. So, what do we got going on here? Well, believe it or not, I got a sim setup sitting in front of me. Well, more to the side of me. We got a new shifter. That's not this. This thing was really, really cool. You know, I really like this part. This is a really cool part. This is the SMA, no, not SMA, SMS, SMG system from an E46 M3. So BMW, automatic transmission, and they give you this cute little control to shift up and down. So there's a lot of people that are like modding their shifters or modding their Logitech shifters in order to be sequential. Well, this thing, which I don't think is too expensive, this thing was part of the secret way that you could get an E46 M3 with a manual transmission, because the manual transmission adds a lot of cost to the car. What you could do was you would buy the E46 M3 with the automatic transmission, which has this thing, which is the sequential shifter. It's got a little up thing, it's got a little down thing. You can pop it into neutral for some reason, and then you can also force it into reverse. I like this thing. I like that popping it into reverse action. I like the up and the down, but it's not intuitive for driving. It is kind of, but it's not incredibly intuitive for driving. Now, my steering wheel has paddles on it too, so if I really want to do sequential, I could just do the paddles. But I mean, I was literally given this thing by a friend, right? A friend of mine did this E46 M3, upgraded the shifter. This thing is like perfect. I really, really like the fact that this is designed for somebody to use while driving an actual car. It's robust. It has a good feel to it as long as you tie it down to something. You know, it's actually a really nice accessory. We took this thing apart and we figured out how it worked, and it's basically just switching power to the pins. Now, we looked at the circuit board in this thing and it was an absolute riot. The thing is a fucking mess. It's wild. It's wild what they got away with in the circuit board design there. You think, it's a car part, right? It's gonna have nicely designed circuit traces and elements and everything, and it's gonna make a certain kind of logical sense, and everything's gonna be laid out. Nope. What they did is I think they took a weekend, like a very boozy weekend, and they redesigned the circuit board so that it would no longer use switches, it would use Hall effect sensors. And so they have two Hall effect sensors on each of the positions, because one of them has to be normally open and the other has to be normally closed, because this car was designed in the 1960s, apparently. I don't understand. So what we did is we plugged in the minimal amount of those lines, which is, what is that, 5 wires? 3, 4, 5, it's six wires plugging into an ATtiny85 and then digitally communicating with the rest of the systems on the sim setup. So that was great for a while, and I used this to, play games, my summer cards, stuff like that. But the problem was there was sometimes a little bit of a delay in shifting. And a little bit of delay is because it's a serial system. It's not a parallel system. So we are communicating serially all the stuff that's happening. And microcontrollers run very fast, and the human, the giant meat popsicle that's running this system, the thing that's actually shifting from gear to gear, the thing that actually shifts from gear to gear, the giant meat puppet that's operating the stick, is slow as hell. So So microcontrollers work on just like good God, another order of magnitude faster than you would even expect, right? They run very quickly, and those serial signals go around very quickly. There's 3 of them. One for the pedals, one for the steering wheel, and then one for the shifter right here. So in that schema, I don't know what was going on, but sometimes I would shift gears and it would pop 2 gears at the same time. It would just go down to like 1st gear from 3rd, which in my summer car is just the death of your car. So there was a time when I was pulling into the end of the race paddock that I went to shift down, boop, and it went boop, boop, and the motor went rear, and then a piston hit me in the chest. So that was bad. That was a gamer moment. So I've taken this off of the system, and what we've worked on over the past week is 3D printing an actual gated shifter. That thing works well. I've put it all together. I'm still using a real car part, although it's kind of a cheap car part, but it's an actual shifter that has a little leather front. We cut off half of it because we didn't need it. I needed it to be a little lighter. And then we attached it to this monstrous 3D print. And that 3D print is from Thingiverse. It's actually somebody's project. They made an H shifter, but it's the open H shifter. It's got 8 gears, which means that the arrangement of those 8 gears is a little odd. I could do dogleg, which means 1st gear is towards you, which is a little weird. Needs a Nardi knob. That's literally isn't that what Groovy said? Did Groovy say it needed a Nardi knob? Or he had another brand of knob that was like a custom shifter knob. I don't know. But anyway, that is a 3D print, and it is a toy. It is a toy. It's not a real car part. The problem was that I looked up the cost of like custom shifters. And first of all, in a car, a shifter is just a series of cables, a series of tubes. In a BMW, the shifter is actually a lever that goes to either 1 bar or 2 that go up to the transmission and just sort of twiddle it around. They pull on a thing, they twist the thing, and it gets it into gear. So you said Nardi too. Yeah, you guys are same wavelength on that one. I'm not gonna get a Nardi knob on it. I already have that shitty knob. It doesn't need to exactly, you know, I could, yeah, mount it to the shifting column. Yes, 4 on the column. And then I put that lever in there. What is that lever doing? Anyway, this is pretty good. This is pretty good, actually. It's a very light throw, because it's a piece of plastic with a bunch of springs in it. We put RC car dampers on the back and forth motion, and it actually feels almost, I mean, if they were a little bit more damped, it would feel like you're actually operating a transmission. Although the clicking and the feeling of actually operating a stick shift is much different. I mean, this thing has sort of a definitive motion to it, right? Isn't it too close to the wheel? Well, it's like having a short shifter that you've hooked up to be. I have a friend who has a car where his steering wheel has the shifter right next to it. I had that $100 shift knob in a car I bought for $1,000. Oh shit, that's kind of awesome. I don't need a Nardi knob. Yeah, the BMW knob just kind of press fits on. This one is ridiculous. It's got Alcantara little pads they feel weird. But yeah, this has like a definitive throw to it and everything. I like it. I like the feel of it. But it didn't, like, racing a car with this didn't feel natural because I had to look at what gear I'm in and then shift it using this. This would probably be more natural if it were actually connected to a motor and you could feel. Because a lot of my driving is by feel. You know, the motor gets to high RPMs, you feel the vibrations, you know to go to the next gear. And so sim racing, you don't necessarily get that unless I'd like program in an engine feedback thing for the steering wheel. The 3D printed one feels like a toy. Yeah, no, the BMW one feels like it's actually made for operating a car, just because the forces involved are so much greater. This has a real, like, definitive feel to it. Yeah, you know, because you attach that to something and it's got all that force against you. I don't trust the 3D print with that much force, but everybody asked, I get that question a lot now apparently, if this thing is going to break. And no, it does not feel like it's going to break. The lightness of everything on this shifter is such that you're not throwing it into gear really hard. It just kind of ploop into gear. So, you know, I could shift it like that bus driver gif. I actually shared that with Flatulent Gonad. Sorry, Turbonad. But the guy who's shifting is the bus, and he was just like, boop, boop. So, you know, I can just get it into gear with the gentlest of touch, right? It shifts like an old VW, where the gears are just kind of like nebulous locations. All right. Just because I'm near the fart box doesn't mean you gotta blow one in my face, all right? God damn it. And I said something, and now there's gonna be 10,000 follow-ups. But yeah, the thing that I might want to alter is maybe block this shift off right here, so that reverse is like it is on a BMW, and then I've got 6 gears. I mean, I could just make that one 8, the hidden 8th gear. Well, it's 7. That would be 7, and this would be reverse. Or I could dogleg so that this is reverse and this is first. And then you pop it into second really easily. I don't know. But anyway, this is, so just having a location associated with the gear that I want to be in is so much better. And then I can do that thing that makes everybody cringe, is when I go from first to third. First to third. Oh my God, he's a monster. But first gear generally, in my mind, the way that this works is you push the rod forward, and that gets you into first, and then the second, and then third, and then fourth. Hold on, fourth. There we go. There it is. We just engaged in fourth. There it is. All right. Fifth. Yep. Okay, we got fifth, and then sixth. Man, something's wrong with this transmission. All right, well, yeah. Go into reverse. Sorry, first gear, second gear. God, I don't know what it is. I think we need to adjust the belts. Yeah, maybe it's the belts. Hello? Oh, there it is. All right, yep, we got it. Okay. Uh-huh. Okay, all right. Final gear. Not as good as top gear. Anyway, that's the shifter. It works. It's really good, actually. It feels a little bit like operating a car when you go back and forth like that because of the car shocks. Forward and backwards, it's got a definitive clunk to it, but all the forces on this thing are a lot less than with the other one. But all right, so getting into it, the synchros sound bad. Yeah, we really are grinding some gears there. I don't know what happened. It smells like transmission oil, like burning transmission fluid. All right, there was a car on that cheap car rally that had a dump switch that would dump brake fluid, I think it was brake fluid, into the exhaust and make a smoke screen. That was a smelly car to be around. All right, so all of this stuff runs on software, right? All this stuff runs on software. All these microcontroller accessories. Let me get the shifter up and over here so we at least have a visual example of what the hell I'm doing today. We'll probably breadboard this first, and then we'll build it. We'll build it later. But let me get a wrench. I said a wrench. No wait, I think it's the smallest ball end. Yeah, it's that one. Hold on. Yeah, FPGA is soft hardware. I don't know. They run on firmware. I run on banning you. All right, let's see. Let's undo this a little bit. So I've got 2 mounts for this thing, and I've just got those little frame rail. What are they? The little 90-degree turn jobbies in this, so that I can just mount it to a piece of 8020 or 2020, whichever is preferred. I would like it to be lower, but this is an okay position for sim stuff. All right, where's that? Where'd it go? It's not loose yet. Hold on, I gotta... dignified streamer being dignified. All right, let me get a piece of 8020 to mount this to, just so we have it. So we have it, and it's not like all distorted and stuff. I'll get this back over here. Yeah, this is the end result of all of our efforts. I still don't like the candle, the candle holder. I went out to Pier 1 Imports and got a little candle holder. It's like from Kmart. I need to put a piece of glass in there, and then we can put a candle in it. All right, a piece of rail. That's long enough. That's not long enough. I need a piece of, it doesn't have to be 2 by 2, but should be long enough that I can mount this thing to it. I'm running out of rail, which is good. It's actually a good thing. It's actually not a bad thing to be running out of rail. Ah! Avalanche. All right. Nope, no good pieces of rail there. Those are too big. Those are like giant. Oh, here we go. Here's one. It's a little awkward, but it'll do. Bonk. All right, so let me clear some stuff off now that we've achieved excellence in everything that we've ever done. Right? We've done that. We did it all. All of it. All at once. Those cables I can just kind of stick over here. Thursday, I think we're going to do salt stream. I have to go to the grocery store and buy a bag of salt, and then I'll get the mortar and pestle down here, and we're going to have a salty Twitch stream. Because the world is full of salt right now. And I can only contribute. Yeah. Why are rubber bands, like, where are these coming from? Get out of here. Stupid rubber band. Rubber man with a rubber band. He's got a rubber plan. In the rubber land. I'll save that washer. I'll be nice. Huh? Did I miss something? There's like a heart. I gotta follow. What are you talking about? Was there any? No, the only notification I have is Short Lurker subscribing last stream. Okay, how you guys doing today? All right, I'm back. I'm here. I'm back. All right, so this thing mounts to a piece of rail just with these little rail cleats. So I'm just gonna put it here because the bottom plate of this thing distorts. It's actually completely distorted until I bolt it down. Just because it's a piece of plastic and there's a lot of force on it. I don't like these cleats. They're kind of hard to operate. At least it makes it partially adjustable. And you got to get it to turn that 90 degrees, and then hopefully it's actually making a. Yeah, I printed the holy sides. The holy sides. It makes it sound like blessed collard greens. And baked beans of the gods. Put the heat gun away because it's about to fall on the floor. We got a heat gun. All right, let me put this thing away, and then, yeah, we can take a look at the shifter. And what we're going to try to do today is program another accessory for my setup. I don't know if I really need to plug in the whole setup in order to power it up and check the status of the buttons, right? I don't think I really need to do that. Although, well, no, because I still need a connection to the LIN bus, so I'll still need to plug this thing in. Unless I should have made a LIN bus plug on the top here. Actually, I think I do have one. Well, hold on, let's, God, this is gonna take a lot of hooking up. Well, we'll take a look at the software first anyway, but yeah, I just wanted to show this. Bad joke about the candle holder. Using a lap lathe love. I wanted to find a replacement for love. Yeah, lube is pretty good. He says out of context. Completely out of context. How it go? Boop, 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 boop. Okay, so, shifter. We 3D printed a shifter. How about that? It's got these little car struts in it, RC car struts. They don't quite give me that much of a feel. Like this is still very light, but it does kind of feel like it's doing work. So I'm pretty happy with the mechanical setup. And so we're gonna move on to the electricals. Now, my steering wheel is an actual car wheel. It's a Mercedes S-Class steering wheel that I got off of eBay for like $280 or something. It was like $200 something, a long time ago. So this little guy right here is an actual, possibly refurbished steering wheel from a car. The airbag holder, just ignore the logo in the middle. That's just a part that I had lying around, and it happened to cover over the giant gaping hole in the center really nicely. This steering wheel communicates with the rest of the car through something called the LIN bus. It's the Local Interconnect Network Bus, LIN bus. It's not like saying ATM machine. You can actually say LIN bus because it's not limb. But anyway, so that functions on a 3-wire protocol. And the 3 wires are positive 12, negative, well, ground, positive 12, ground, and then signal. Now we made a slip ring for that. So the slip ring is there so that the steering wheel can go 180 degrees. That's one strategy for these sim wheels, because there's no bump stop to this, right? On a car, you know, your wheels don't go 180 degrees. So you only have like two and a half turns of the wheel until you hit something mechanical that's going to prevent the further movement of the steering wheel, which is great because they don't need something like a slip ring in a car. Some cars I think do this, but generally it's not done. So, yeah, I think we're gonna block that one. Anyway. Oh, yeah, so you guys get the full thing. All right, anyway, so basically this thing turns 180 degrees. Generally, in the steering wheel, you have something physical limiting the motion of the steering wheel. That way, car companies can spend a very small amount of money putting a flat cable around the steering column that unravels and re-ravels as you take it that 2.5 turns. So that's cheap. That's called a clock spring. So a clock spring has a plastic limiter on it. It can only turn 2.5 times, and then it pops into, you know, it just hits plastic up against plastic. So this thing right here is an 18 to 20 pound steering wheel. I haven't measured it lately. This thing weighs almost as much as my fat ass, but this thing weighs quite a bit. So at lock, if I picked it up and cranked the steering wheel by accident, I could break that plastic. So we had to come up with a solution, and we looked at slip rings online, and they're basically just a circuit board with a bunch of tracks in it, but they cost hundreds of dollars for no fucking reason. I don't know why. So we made a circuit board with a bunch of circular tracks in it, and then I soldered a couple little like spring connectors to the bottom of it, put a bunch of lube in there. It was a dielectric grease to keep it from squeaking. And yeah, that takes that 3-wire LIN bus out to everything else. Now the LIN bus gets there through the DB15 cable. Ah, my heat gun, no! Oh no! It just committed fucking suicide, oh man. Anyway. Jesus Christ. I just bit down and severed a beard hair and it went right in my mouth. So yeah. So this servo here had a data connector on it, and it had an encoder on it. And the encoder it was proprietary Mitsubishi bullshit, so we didn't know what language it spoke. Luckily, I was able to find a rebuild kit for that connector that connects the servo. So in order to get the LIN bus all the way to the servo and get all the individual encoder, the A, B, and Z encoder stuff out of the encoder, I was able to make a cable, because this cable kit was really, it was like $30. It was like really cheap for industrial stuff. Like you can buy like a data cable from an industrial supplier. You can easily spend thousands of dollars on, you can spend like $3,000 on a cable with, you know, the industriosphere. Because if you need a cable, you need a cable. So we broke off the sensor from the other side of the only moving part in the whole thing, I guess. And technically the slip ring is kind of a moving part, but it's like, you know, the spindle of the motor is the only thing that's translating motion into the driver's hands. But we took the end cap off and we put a CUI incorporated encoder on it, which is a Canadian company that makes like capacitive encoders. So now we've got all the data coming all the way back to the controller, and the LIN bus goes all the way out to there. So from there, I actually have a little LIN bus distribution block, and that's where we can plug in and then hook up our own little accessory here. See, now I've already programmed, because like things like the shifter didn't speak the LIN bus. So what we did is we made our own controller for it. So currently I have 3 packets structured in the programming. We just need to make another one, because the old shifter had like 5 gears. It was 1, 2, neutral, so that's 3, 4, and then 5 is reverse. So that's 5 gears on that thing. Well, this has 8. So we got to make a new one. And then from what I understand is that we also need neutral. Like neutral needs to be a button that gets pressed. So when nothing is hit, we'll be in neutral. Now that's 8. Well, that makes it 9 signals. So we can't exactly hide it in an 8, 8 bits. we could just do 1 bit for each of the shifting positions. That's fine. That'll be easier for us to get everything out, you know? Looks so good with a light gray top. Yeah, I figured that would look all right. I wanted it to look more like a metal shifting gate. My friend really wants me to make this out of aluminum so that you get the metal on metal click, but it feels like a toy. It doesn't feel like a real shifter. So until I can afford buying a real shifter and then making like a setup where it clicks in. But those, I looked them up online. They're too expensive. They're way too expensive. Like $300 for like an aluminum thing. Whereas for the e-brake, that thing was like dollars. And it's all milled out of aluminum and stuff too. Would be easy for the mill. The only problem with that is that this, I mean, I guess I could use thinner material. Because like Flatulent Gonad, Turbonad just got a 3D printer, by the way. I was watching him last night. He's printing away. He's got like 10 prints under his belt by now. It's crazy. He's going nuts. He's going nuts. But he never posts in the 3D printing help section, so that's right. I saw you there. I saw you there. I was there. I was there the whole time. He was printing for like 8 hours straight. Jesus Christ. So this thing right here, this would be tough to machine because it's so thick that they actually accounted for the bend of the rod. Now I guess I could make it thinner, and then it would do just the same gating effect. So I could probably machine it, and I have a turntable, so I could also do the round cap. But yeah, the first great filter of 3D printing is that when the Bowden tube thing breaks. Because I told him about that. I warned him about that. I said, Gonad, this part is an if, not when, or a when and not an if. You know, the breaking of that one part. Let's open up the Arduino IDE. The ancient Arduino IDE that I'm not updating. Not yet, anyway. I'll do that soon. But right now, we're just going to use the tools that I'm used to. So open up the tools that I'm used to, and we need to reacclimate ourselves to this code. Here we go. Oops, that was wrong. No. What do you, hold on, get my focus back. There we go. I meant to do the zoom in gag, but I messed it up because I'm messing up all kinds of stuff in my life right now. Anyway, yeah, so we need to reacclimate ourselves with programming. Now I'm using the old Arduino IDE. I will eventually upgrade that. But for right now, we're going to use this, and we're going to reacclimate ourselves to whoever the hell coded this thing. This thing. It's a total mess. Oh, yeah, look. Marlin. I never have to look at that again. Jeez. No more Marlin. I use Clipper now. Yeah, what was the first great filter? When nothing sticks and you can't figure out why. Yeah, that's a fun one, isn't it? My favorite one, my favorite time that happened was I ruled out everything, and then I finally took the heat brake off, and it turns out that I bent the heat brake. So I bought a titanium one, so it'll shatter instead of bending. Linduino main. So here's the main. Okay, all right. You can open that in a tiny little window, huh? Welcome to... We already warned him about that? Yeah. That was, I mean, that was a result of PETG printing, that it would, like, ball up. Because PETG, every now and then, it makes, like, a ball. And so that ball ended up crashing into the head or something like that. It was weird, because I was watching it print, and I was laying it down perfectly, but then the end part of the nozzle would, like, curl it up. And it's like, what the fuck is going on here? When the stupid plastic breaks because they refuse to add another $5 to the price and use an aluminum one? Yeah, I know. And the aluminum ones are like $1. So that's an Ender 3 thing. If I recall. Ender Bowden break. Bop. We just do images. The Bowden tube has this tensioner on it that just shits the bed. It just breaks. So you can buy aluminum ones cheap. Cheap. There's not a lot of pictures of that, huh? You can buy ones that are easier to operate too. 15 minutes to figure out that NVIDIA is capturing all my keyboard shortcuts. What the hell? Okay. So yeah, anyway, this is the main piece of code, and this is running, I call it Linduino. Now there was one project that had Linbus stuff on an Arduino, right? We don't have any test setups set up right now, but yeah, move the wrenches. So all this code is running on this little guy right here. This little guy's running all this code. Look at it. It's beautiful. What I want to do eventually is make these obsolete. So these three things right here, because of the way Granite Devices built the CoSmoCube, you have a bunch of Ethernet connectors. And these Ethernet connectors are responsible for all of the switches and buttons that you hook up to this system. Now, like I said before, we're running it serially. We don't have parallel stuff. We don't have physical stuff that we are connecting. So what I've done is we took the LIN bus, we took it all the way over here. We're powering it with a very big power regulator. This is the only one that would do the 52 volts or something that this is running at. This system runs off a lot of volts. Industrial automated motors and stepper motors and things like that, they love their voltage. They like to run at high volts. And high volts, you know, all the EEs in the chat are gonna poo-poo my calling it high voltage, because it really isn't high voltage. It's just industrial motor voltage. 50 volts is not high volts. 100 volts is not high volts. High volts is defined by being thousands of volts. But whatever. For the intents and purposes of my little electrical appliance that's sitting here in front of us, we're going to go ahead and call 50 volts high volts. We're going to go ahead and just call it that. Is this 50? How many volts is this thing? Oh, 48. Sorry. 48 volts. This thing will take up to 52 volts. Pololu is an internet electronics and robotics supplier, and they're awesome. They create a lot of really cool stuff, really useful stuff, like power regulators. I swear by these Pololu power regulators. I pretty much exclusively buy my voltage converters from Pololu. At the Hachi station, I don't know. Just get that reference in there. So anyway, this Pololu regulator right here, that one can take a buttload of volts and turn it into usable voltage. Now, I forget what this one is doing. There's two regulators sitting right here. I think one of them turns 52 into... I think there's a bunch of voltages running around on this board. I think that's what's going on. Because I think there were two outs from this, and then this one's creating a certain amount. This chip right here also is capable... It has a voltage regulator in it. This is the LIN bus adapter right here. This LIN bus adapter creates... either 5 or 3.3 volts, depending on which one you buy, and you can put it in your LIN bus accessory. It turns that serial line into a TX and an RX, and then it also creates the lower voltage that your device can run off of. Now, all that's already baked into the steering wheel, right? We didn't have to invent it for that. But for the pedals and for the shifter, we had to invent systems that would run from these LIN bus chips, and then we'd have a microcontroller on that. But because this one is doing so much work, this one is powered by the 52-volt power supply, and it is creating the 12 volts that powers all of our other accessories. So it's pretty cool little stuff. I mean, these are kind of like, you know, just little stepping stone parts that we just kind of block in. Very systems engineering kind of setup. But so what happens is when I plug in the accessories, that LIN bus is taken all the way to the steering wheel, and then, yeah, the serial connections go back and forth. So how hard and how much would it cost to take all these parts on the breadboard and make a single board? I don't, you know, there would be a bit of effort. I mean, Pololu has data sheets for all their stuff, so we would be able to recreate these power supplies. I don't know if it would be worth my time though. But creating a board that these would plug into as a device, and then, you know, plug this microcontroller in, because, like, you know, the TC 3.2 is an extremely capable and powerful microcontroller. This thing can do a lot of work, and it does it well, right? This thing is fast. And it's funny because the chip that they use, the who is that? Whoever's product this is, if you look at the data sheet, they're like, this extremely powerful microcontroller is good for all these applications. And one of the applications is electric drill. Like, do you really need all that power in an electric drill? It's crazy. It's crazy what they'll put into stuff just because this is what they're currently manufacturing. It's like, you know, you have a switch in your electric drill. I mean, electric drill does a little bit more. It does like some 3-phase motor stuff. But, like, this thing is brutal and super fast. It's an ARM32? Yeah, it's freaking crazy. It's madness. But ours is actually being utilized. Not to the greatest degree that it can, but it is actually getting a workout from our LIN bus system, because in order to emulate the LIN bus signaling, we had to bit bang. What's bit banging? Bit banging is when you use individual lines of code and timing in order to simulate a digital signal going out, instead of using, for instance, like a library, or using some kind of like a serial controlling buffer or something like that in order to create your signal. So in order to get this thing to run properly, and in order to interpret it properly with this, we had to basically write it from the ground up. And so we actually use some of those, a lot of microsecond commands in the processor in order to get it to run properly. It was wild. It was wild. We basically had to brute force the address for the steering wheel. And I still want to know, and I haven't been able to really find a good source, what exactly the signal, what the address is on the LIN. LIN bus has a limited number of addresses, right? Addresses. Why am I emphasizing the wrong syllable? LIN bus has a limited number of addresses. It has a limited number of identities that it can communicate with to accessories. Now, generally in a car, you're not going to have a billion things on the line, but it's like a fairly limited number. And so we created a brute forcer, and it only took like 10 minutes for us to get to the point where it actually started to give us signals back. We got the signal back from the one command. I don't know the structure, and I don't know how to operate a command that's going to tell the car that the backlighting needs to turn on, because the steering wheel is backlighting, which I really want to utilize. Now that we're opening up this system to have more packets involved in it, I can take the BMW lighting control thing, and I can put that on the LIN bus too, and I can have backlighting controls and stuff on my steering wheel. I really want to do that. That would be kind of the cherry on top of the entire project. I would enjoy that greatly. Notice how I'm just like resting my hand on the stick shift? It's funny how that I feel like I'm in a car. Oh, my shirt matches the stick shift today. It's weird. Anyway, so yeah, I don't know how to figure out those signals. We do have our own made up addresses for our accessories, and there's a whole thing to this packet that I need to figure out, which is the what do you call it? The checksums and stuff. I think I've almost got the checksums implemented. We just didn't turn it on in the code. So we got to kind of remind ourselves how this thing works. Now the LIN bus, from what I understand, what I remember, there is a line that's held for a certain amount of time. Then, because it's a serial line without a clock, it needs to send a bunch of bits that are going to be timing bits. So this is like what I'm talking about right now, and I'm doing it by just talking about it. I really should be making diagrams for you guys. I just don't remember. I don't remember the exact stuff, so I'm not going to make a diagram. I can pull up a diagram if I want to. I might do that in a minute. But from what I recall, we're dealing with a serial line, which means, and a single wire serial line. Now, generally in electronics, when you're trying to communicate something from end to end digitally, you'll have, like, for instance, in SPI signaling, you will have a line that has the data on it, and then you will have a line that has a clock on it, and then the rest of the structure is agreed upon. But as long as that clock is coming in, you can figure out when you should be getting the ones and the zeros, right? But in radio and in single wire protocols, you don't have that. You know, you can't tune in and just get like a 60 hertz clock at it. Well, you can plug a speaker into the wall. It'll explode, but for a little bit, you'll get a nice 60 hertz tone. But yeah, generally in radio, you don't have like a second frequency that's going to give you a clock signal. So between the thing sending and the thing receiving, you can have the same frequency clock. But how do you, what do you do with that? Because those clocks, they didn't start at exactly the same atomic time, right? One's going to be completely out of phase with the other one. Or one is going to be running faster or slower. Crystals are wacky. They'll bite your head if you're wearing meat on it. No, that was a different quote. Anyway, clocks are crazy. You can put your finger on a clock and heat it up, and it'll change the fundamental frequency that the clock is running at. And that's all the microcontroller has in order to time itself. Until you put a timing signature into your signal. This is very common of this kind of thing. So the LIN bus does this. So it starts out with a signal line that's held long enough to get everyone on the system listening. Because they're all sharing one wire. They have basically, everybody has megaphones and they're all in the same room. And so the thing sending a signal goes, hey, listen up. Everybody listens. And then it has a little bit of timing. It goes, here's how you read my timing. Ba, 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 ba. It's a little up, down, up, down, up, down, right? And so you get the timing off of that. Those will be your micro adjustments so that you're listening at the right parts. Then it says this specific address. And so everybody else fucks off, and that one address listens to what's being said. So this specific address, I have all this other stuff going on. Or like, you know, lend me your ears, send me a signal, do something. Those are basically the commands that are stored digitally. And at the end of that, there's 2 bits. Well, actually, at the end of the address, there's 2 bits. And then at the end of the entire signal, I think there's another 2 bits. Those 2 bits are calculated based on the ones and the zeros in the signal in order so that both sides of the system can verify that the right thing was sent. So it gets all this data and it goes, somebody's talking to me. The 2 bits at the end are correct, so we know that's okay. Here's what they want from me. The 2 bits at the end of that are correct, so let's do that. And then it does its thing, right? And it communicates back sometimes. So we had to invent that system, not for the ground up. We had an idea of how the LIN bus works, but there weren't too many good implementations of it for us. So you can measure sputtering coding thickness by putting a crystal and watching the change in frequencies. What? That seems crazy. You're out of sync. My checksum is wrong. So, but we didn't really implement the checksum in this because checksums are for nerds. Now, we don't have a terrible amount of noise, and we're not going to crash a car if we get the signal wrong. So generally, we didn't get wrong signals. Although, I don't think that shifting weirdness was because of bad checksums, was it? It would shift like twice, and I think that was just because of bouncing on the shift location. I think that's what that was. Welcome to my programming stream, where we explain stuff that's so complicated that nobody cares. God, it sucks. All right, anyway, I wish this wasn't so complicated because it's actually a fairly functional system. I could add a bunch of packets to this and have the main thing scan for what's connected, and then it'll know. That too. Or we could just keep the shifter at the same address and modify its actual packet. I burped. So I got 2 pieces of code running in this. One is what I'm calling Linduino. The other one is the shifter and the pedals. There's 2 other things in here. I got the brute forcer in here too. I would like to modify the brute forcer, but mod that packet. So the shifter. Hold on, I'm gonna make a new folder here. This is how I handle my what do you call it? My file server. There we go. Jesus Christ, my brain isn't working today, guys. My brain isn't working. Digit 8. We'll just call it the digit 8, and I'll work from this directory. Needs to be inside of it. Oh my god. Cancel. Why does Arduino do that? Rename. Digit 8. Better than GitHub? Yeah, I don't know. All right, so we've got two systems at play here, and if I wanted to, I could basically just modify one or the other. Now, this is not going to live on an ATtiny85. The ATtiny85 does not have enough pins. I wanted to use the ATtiny85 as challenge mode. Challenge mode was that I had only enough pins to run the pedals, and I had only enough pins to run the shifter, because they were each 5 pins. Yes, this is Arduino. This is the old IDE, and I'm going to upgrade the IDE eventually. But, you know, I went through all that trouble to make it dark mode and stuff for you guys, because I would program in light mode. I've got a shit ton of lights on me right now. Groovy's the only person that agrees with me, the only person on the planet that actually agrees with me on this. Having your computer up against a window or having a lot of studio lights on you, having things in light mode is nice. So it works better for your poor tortured eyes, keeping your pupils small. But I changed this to dark mode for you guys. So I'll have to open up the new IDE and get it running and do like a dark mode on it. No, not Raspberry Pi. The previous microcontrollers that we used for ATtiny85 is an 8-pin device. So 8 pins, power, ground, that's 6 pins you've got to do everything with, including a reset pin. So what we ended up doing, and I think, I don't know, did those were before I made the 12-volt programmer. So we had the reset, no, the reset pin was used, wasn't it? But the pedals are 3, well, it's a load cell, which had 2 pins, because it's a digital load cell. It had a serial data and a serial clock pin that it had to communicate with. The load cell was 2. Then I have 2 more, and those 2 more are basically the potentiometers for the pedals, right? So anyway, yeah. And then you need 2 pins for the LIN bus. That's right. So 2 pins for LIN bus, and then you're left with 4 pins to play with. So yeah, it was down to the wire on these. So the ATtiny85 was a bit of a challenge mode to use on these things, and I'm talking about the chip. You know, you can put that chip down and it'll be pretty much a full Arduino. You just don't have a lot of space to program in, and you don't have a lot of pins to work with. But if you can make it work in your project, it's like the minimal microcontroller to get stuff working. We were able to get down to microsecond timing with it. However, we're going to use a regular, just either a Pro or, Pro Mini, or just a rip-off Pro Mini. Just something easy to use. Mainly just for my own sanity, and also because, well, just for my own sanity. Now, we could take the route that Granite Devices did and make all of my accessories wireless. That's pretty much, I think, what they want me to do, is spend $75 an accessory and hook it all up to their wireless wheel controller, because it's not just for the steering wheel, right? Their wireless controller is the other way that you would send these digital signals around. Now, what I could do is take all the guts out of the Mercedes steering wheel, put a battery in there, and then put all the wireless wheel stuff in there. I could do that for the shifter, and then I could do that for the pedals, and then I guess I'd have everything. I don't know how many analog inputs that has, or if it's able to interpret them at all. Does the wireless wheel setup have any analog inputs? Hold on. And I know I'm just kind of like gibbering on about this stuff, but I'm trying to get everything on the table here, because we're going to launch into this and nobody's going to know what's going on. And that's how it worked last time too. Nobody knows what the hell is going on. I'm the only person that's here 100% of the time. So Granite Devices, Ione motherboard, wireless wheel, pinout I want. I just want to see if the pins support anything analog. I don't think they do. That's the wireless wheel 2. We're not rich enough for that kind of stuff. Man, it's got all these pins on it too. All right, go here. So this is pretty much, no, I don't want 84s. No. We've got the right stuff here. I have so many microcontrollers. I've got those Raspberry Pi things I haven't even used yet on anything. I don't even know what I'm going to do with those. Those little Raspberry Pi microcontrollers, what do you do with them? Yeah, this is the wireless wheel setup. It has encoders, buttons and encoders, huh? Yeah, and then you have to have the 2 paddles. It doesn't look like it has analog inputs, which is a little bit disappointing. How do you do pedals with the Granite Devices stuff? There are analog inputs on the Ethernet connectors. I have an 87. Which one is the... Oh, that's larger, huh? Yeah, it looks like it might be pretty useful, actually, to be honest. Because these are... You can, like, breadboard with this size of stuff. The Picos are awesome. Yeah, but what do I do with them? I got a bunch of them. I have a bunch of Raspberry Pi Picos. I don't know. I program with Python, I guess. MicroPython? Yeah, it's the only Pi that you can actually get. I got mine when there was some screaming hot deal on them, too. Button inputs and coders. Incredibly low energy. It doesn't have any analog inputs, which is weird. I wish I could digitally communicate the analog inputs. I mean, we're only going to have like 4 analog positions if I implement the e-brake, which would require another load cell, but that would be another packet that we'd have to make on the network here, on the LIN bus. But yeah, that e-brake I've got sitting up on the shelf right now. It would be kind of fun to add that to the rest of the fray. I'll think about that. I'm not doing that yet. Because then I could actually do e-brake turns in games and stuff. I could just put it on a button again, though. Okay. So. SWW receiver. That's just a link to the same page that we're already on. Transmitter. It's the same page. Why? Okay, anyway. We're going to have to reverse engineer this protocol eventually. We'll do that on Friday or something. Depends on how much progress we make on these things. I don't know. This might be a longer stream today. We'll see how I feel at, 5:30. But all right. So anyway, that's the system that I want to reverse engineer so that I don't need these things over to the side of the microcontroller. These things over to the side of the microcontroller are there to fool the Granite Devices SimuCube into thinking that I have plugged in physical switches and potentiometers doing voltage level stuff. So that's what these are. Excuse me, that was a burp. These are dual potentiometer modules. They're I2C, they're digitally controlled. And what they do is they basically switch on an array of resistors with transistors in order to emulate what an analog output would do. So we've got it hooked up to power, we've got it hooked up to ground, and then the signal goes to the header over here where I've plugged in the Ethernet cable that goes into the Granite Devices SimuCube. This irks me so hard. I really, really wish that there was an API that I could just tell this thing what the fuck is going on instead of having to fool it into thinking that it's plugged into an analog. That really annoys me. This is a port expander. It's an I2C port expander, and that's plugged into all of the remaining inputs in this thing, and we've run out of inputs. I have too many buttons for this thing. So what Granite Devices is this little guy right here, this little $75 little piece of crap. $75 for this thing, man. And this thing wirelessly communicates to the TX and the RX down there in order to digitally communicate the state of all the buttons. But we have no idea what those signals are. We'll have to figure those out later. Because what I'll have is the LIN bus coming in on this board, and then it'll go to the microcontroller, and I'll just directly connect that to here. That's what we're kind of prepping for here. We're prepping for this thing to be able to... This thing will be able to emulate multiple modules so that we have more than just 28 buttons extra. We'll have up to 128, I think. Do you think you use NFC, the power, and transmit data through the wheel? What do you mean? I don't know what you mean by NFC. Near field? You mean like have a have like a wireless, one of those phone charger kind of things. It's not really, I don't think so. The battery lasts for like a year. It's low power Bluetooth or whatever. So whatever that light Bluetooth protocol is. This thing, it's got a light throw, but it feels kind of like a shifter, so it'll be good. But yeah, we need to get 8 pins from this all the way to here, and we can just take over a couple pins to test it. Yeah, I mean, maybe you could, that was one of the suggestions, and I don't know why people want to overcomplicate things so much. People are into so much, I mean, you guys have like a high-powered industrial hammer, and I'm trying to hang a picture, you know? That's what it feels like sometimes here on the other side of the camera. I just need to get wires from one end to the other, so the easiest way to do it is to just put pins on something, you know? So no need to get complicated. If I really wanted to, I could buy my way out of all these issues too, but I really don't want to do that. I really don't want to do that. I could put a battery in my wheel and have it charge. I could put a battery in the E39 wheel that I have, the BMW E39 wheel, so that when I play Monbazu, I could plug in and have the same wheel as the BMW and Monbazu. That'd be hilarious. And then the shifter would also need to charge. There's more activity at the front door today than ever in the history of days. I don't know what the fuck is going on. Why are we having it like a dance party in the front door today? All the alarms are going off behind me. It's annoying. Yeah, I mean, I could have a battery in here. I could have a battery in the pedals. I could have a battery that's crazy. I'm just gonna hardwire it. Gonna hardwire it. I'll have a plug to plug in. It'll be fine. That's not what I wanted. So, all right, let's take a look at our code. These pieces of code went together very clunkily. It took a lot of time for us to get it all designed correctly and have everything work out, right? And if we're going to do another address on this thing, I need to like remember how to calculate how to do the addresses, because those last 2 bits are important. Or we just take over the shifter code. Maybe it's Window Cat coming in to smack me in the mouth. That cat was grumpy, by the way. That Window Cat, that was grumpy. Window Cat in the past has shown up at this window, usually during summer, and I think it's because even in the summer, I've got the window like open in spite of air conditioning, and I think air conditioning gets out, and so I think the cat just liked to have that cool breeze, because I was sitting working on stuff. I think one of the times I was editing video, and I hear this scungy meow behind me, and I'm like, did I leave a tab open? It's like another meow. I'm like, I think I left a video open or something. I'm looking through tabs, there's nothing's playing. Look behind me, there's a cat sitting in the window, like, what the fuck are you doing? What do you want from me, cat? Went outside to say hi to it, and it was sitting on the whatever it is, the sitting area back there. It was just sitting in the corner with its back to me, looking out at the grass, and I go over and I'm like, hey buddy, what's up? And it just looks at me and it goes, and then that was it. That was the entire exchange. I was like, all right, you do you then, and just went back inside. It did not want to talk to me. It's a kind of a fat orange cat, so usually orange cats are sweet, but this one didn't want to do anything. Didn't want anything to do with me. The one indicator of whether or not Window Cat is going to show up is if the birds outside are going psycho, because they'll start tweeting at each other really loudly in order to, I guess, communicate that there's danger around. Okay, so gets the LIN request, latches the inputs, then it replies. This is a modification of the original shifter code. Should we take over the address? Yeah. Now the thing is, like, I could code this so that if the main controller requests a shifter and it gets the extra bits, then it'll put them in the right place. Or I could do a different address and just spin off a new device. Or how do I? It's the choices are infinite here. Or we could just take this over and modify it to have a couple extra signals in it. So Let me put a date on this just so I can track that. Okay, Lin protocol. We've got all of our explanations of what the Lin protocol is. If you guys even want to you want to figure it out. Elliot did a whole fucking thing on it, which is pretty cool. It was like 1 million years ago, right? 1 million years ago. Look at that, May 26, 2017. It's a neat little protocol, though. It's it makes sense. You got a little break, sync, identifier, data, checksum. Easy peasy, right? Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Yeah, and before we all got locked inside for 2 fucking years, 3 years, 4, 5, 6. Anyway, these little chips are like 25 cents a piece, which isn't cheap, but it's also decent for a UART. Is that a UART? Whatever. It's also got a voltage regulator in it, so it's pretty cool. BMW Steptronic shifter uses 12-volt higher low outputs to give park neutral shift up and down. The shifter mixes plus and minus. The drive decodes that. I, on the other hand, am rewriting this code so that it works with the Open H shifter project that flips some fucking switches for the shift each gear. Also, there's neutral. That is just a timeout when no gears is hit. Ta-da! That's the entirety of the code. That's all it's gonna do. They're probably $50 now. How much do they run? What is the chip again? 8030C M55914. Lin system transceiver from Melexis. Melexis makes some cool, weird chips. Reject all! And then it takes me to google.com. Like, thanks, man. Yeah, what do we got? MLX 850. We'll just do that, and I'll just do shopping. That is none of that. None of this is what I'm looking for. Nope. I can assure you that this is not what I want to buy. DigiKey. What you got for me? Wow, that's all you have? I don't think I got the Surface Mount Super Duper one, did I? I got the other one. They have 63 for immediate order. $1.72. Jesus. God damn it. Now $15, little man. Put that shit in my hand. If you don't got the dough, then you owe me OBO. OE. You can get 10 for $15. It hurts, but it's not, it's not breaking the bank. It's if you got to use it in your project. I already have a bunch of these things, so I'm not going to have to order them. We just wanted to see with all this stuff. All these cookie confirmation pop-ups remind me of Are You Over 18? The problem is they tied down their site to that, and that's totally fucking annoying. Like, you can't use their site unless you're allowed to have their privacy destroying cookie. That wasn't the point of the legislation that they're following. I just hate all the cookies, man. We need something to replace cookies. I think they have something to replace them, don't they? I don't remember when everybody got the rug pulled out from under them with online privacy. It used to be a really important thing to keep your privacy going, and then it became ubiquitous that everything was stealing your data in sort of second-hand ways. And then it became universally accepted that the data that they're taking from you and anonymizing is easy to just put back a picture of you, and it'll, boom, there you are. Now your data is not anonymous because your data is unique to you in such a way. And then nobody gave a fuck about privacy after that. Like, we have apps like TikTok that just take every single morsel of information from your phone and just poop it out on the internet, along with all your nip slips or whatever the hell you're broadcasting on TikTok. When did this happen, right? When did this happen? God, what a world. Anyway, sorry, I'm ranting about bullshit. I'm ranting about random bullshit. I'm in a great mood. All right, anyway, so we're getting into this and we're taking over the packet. We could probably readdress the packet in order to be a unique thing. And we probably should do that. And I think I identified a couple different addresses that we can use. We're still getting through the comments on this. This is a complicated system that requires a little bit of retooling. Not a lot of retooling, just a little bit of retooling in order to make an 8-signal thing come out of the other end. So it's probably around 2010. Everybody went crazy. There's something in the water. I think it's sunspots. If you believe the sun actually exists, if you can believe the sun actually exists. Look at these guys. Look at this chat. Look at this chat right here. They probably believe in the sun. Can you imagine? Could you imagine doing something so stupid? Anyway, 6-bit address is 2 parity bits, 2 party bits that probably should be calculated. All right, well, parity bits, huh? Parity bits. I'm hoarding all my data and hoping to unload it on eBay once I retire. Yeah, what is it, like a dollar or 75 cents a user on Facebook or something? It's moon wobbles. Yeah, that's not. Saturn is looking particularly thick today. Those are stolen tomato jokes, by the way. The police are gonna come after me. Okay, reverse, neutral, drive, MP, I don't even know. 3 zeros and then a 1. Huh. What are the 3 zeros? Is that the address or is that, hold on. Let's look at what the packet structure is on the main code. It'll have a better explanation on the main code. Here are all the wheel buttons. Shifter buttons. So let's add. I should just describe all of my packets here. I didn't describe the pedal buttons either. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's no, there's no rhyme or reason. Let's just do R there. Huh? You have 500 Mbps? Jesus Christ, that must be nice. I have to run an internet speed test on like a 22-minute timer or something. Son, the goat, and the holy water. What? Rest in peace. What? Am I still? I'm still up, right? Oh no. My bitrate says I'm okay. Bitrate says I'm okay. I'm still broadcasting, I think. I don't know. Maybe that's on your guys' end. Well, you guys let me know if my stream goes down. I don't know what it could be. Okay, so 8 shifter buttons. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Reverse. I don't know. What does the pedal look like? I mean, here are the addresses that I've created. Let's see. What are the acceptable ones? Because we need to. Yeah, here's all the explanation of that. I want to make a new address, but I know that's going to be complicated, and I don't remember how to do it right. Does the system support a clutch, or does the software even support a clutch? Yeah. What I was saying, okay, so this is my own add-on for the LIN bus, but the Granite devices. If you're asking about the CosmoQuest, the CosmoQuest is analog inputs. Twitch seems a bit fucky at the moment. My bitrate is, it went down a little bit, but yeah, I guess my connection's okay. I hope it's not on my end, but it might be on Twitch's end, yeah. So if you're asking about the CosmoQuest, whether or not that supports a clutch, these Ethernet connectors right here have 4 analog inputs. So you have 4 analog inputs that you can play with. But we have it all on its own bootstrapped digital serial system, right? So I have two dual potentiometers hooked up that are controlled by the microcontroller. So we have 4 signals. So it's clutch, brake, gas, and then e-brake. That's all I need for driving, so I'm gonna try to put together all the stuff here, and then finally it would be clutch button. Sorry, not clutch. E-brake button. Okay, so I'm gonna try to describe the packets here, just so that in 2 years when I come back to this software, I'll actually know what the fuck is going on. Because right now I don't know what's going on. I'm just gonna try to implement every device that I have at the moment. Again, stream blurps all stream. That sucks because I have a shit ton of viewers today. Maybe because I'm doing programming stuff. But yeah, the LIN bus is cool. You guys should, if you're interested in keeping up with what I'm actually doing today, look up the LIN bus. It's a neat protocol. It was very tough for us to implement though. We had to get down to some pretty breakneck timing speeds to get it running on the ATtiny85. Now, since we did the original implementation of the LIN bus, I now know a lot more about the ATtiny85. So if I really want to, and I don't, if I really want to, I could take the ATtiny85s and have them run without like Arduino stuff. I don't have it would still program through the Arduino, but I could have used those timing registers. Oh God, I don't want that knowledge back in my brain at the moment because it'll explode. I learned a lot about the ATtiny85 timing registers. There's 2 timers in the ATtiny85, and you can do a lot of really cool stuff with that. You can do a lot of very interesting stuff with those 2 timing registers that runs very quickly, and yeah, all the timings are worked out and stuff like that. I could use those registers in order to run this code. This code is programmed via DigiSpark, not the MIT ATtiny85 core, which is the one that I prefer to use because it's lighter. So yeah, anyway, we're not dealing with ATtiny85 weirdness today. We're going to use a Pro Mini, and then that's the Atmega 328P AU, I guess. The Atmega 328, which runs fast enough that we'll be able to do all these timing things without too much trouble. Whew. Which button for differential lockers and center diff bias? We're going to need that. We're going to need high and low mode and differential lock as well. That's why unlocking all of the buttons on the steering wheel is going to be important. I don't have levers for everything, right? Oh, and then this would be the headlight or lighting buttons. So that's another. I got to make a bunch of new packets now in order to accommodate all this stuff. The headlight stuff is around here somewhere. Where is that? Where did that go? Because we're gonna have all these buttons available to us now, so I'll actually be able to use these things. So if I want, which I don't think my summer car supports it, but I'll just put this stuff in here because maybe my winter car will support it. I only play Amiztech games on this setup because he's got very good force feedback in all of his games. So this is the venerable and famous BMW lighting. It's not. I'm just putting adjectives on there. This is the lighting control panel from a BMW. My buddy replaced his, gave me the old one, and in replacing it, he gave me this and then the lighting control module that we're not going to need, although it would be hilarious to take over the lighting control module. The lighting control module is a whole bunch of different BJT and you know, MOSFET stuff that just turns on the lights and you know, around the car. This is the control module for it. Winter car will be rear-wheel drive. Oh boy. Oh, that means I should have had. So what he did is he replaced his lighting control because his car is a garage queen. It is a total fucking garage queen, man. I don't know what to do about it. I think he's close to getting it back on the road, but like he did like carbon fiber roof and like all kinds of other stuff to the car. All these carbon fiber bits and bobs, and he keeps doing stuff with it. I'm happy for him to have a garage car because I used to have a garage car. I don't anymore. But anyway, he replaced this with an alternative panel that has another analog right here, and that analog adjusts the height of the headlights for when you're carrying cargo, I guess. My car, my station wagon, it has airbags in the back that do that adjustment, that it actually does that adjustment. So if you put a bunch of cargo in the back, it will hike up the back so that your headlights don't go straight up into the air. All these little things. So anyway, this is the headlight control, and it's got a photo sensor in it. It has a couple positions of this thing. It has our headlight fog light button, and then it has the interior lighting control. So I would love for this thing to control all the lights out to the LIN bus. I have no idea what the packet looks like though. And then I could tie this control into the accessories and have different, I mean the pedals don't have to light up, but I could tie that into this and have like a lighting control packet. I would really like to do that. Have like a two-way packet that this thing does. You park your other car in your garage car. What? My RC car? I don't have a garage car anymore. I used to have a Porsche 944. Sold that many, many years ago. I'm still sad about it. Anyway, I was putting an LS1 in it, which is a fairly recognized swap. All the stuff that this thing does is it outputs all of those different statuses, all the the encoder outputs and stuff like that. I think we were able to pick them all up right here. That would be something that I'd also like to get onto this digital bus. So we got our work cut out for us, and I'm probably going to be working on this for Wednesday just to distract myself from the state of my life. I'll be hunkering down and programming stuff. But we'll get started right now, and we're basically going to concentrate on this shifter. So once I come up with the way to see how I'm stalling doing the actual work. Once I come up with the way to structure these packets and come up with new addresses, we should be able to work with this stuff a little better. I can come up with all of the addresses for the whole thing. So what is the structure of the address? Wheel buttons, first 3 bytes. So that's byte, byte, byte. H shifter. This would be the first bit. I think I need more though. Talkback mute. See, this is what communicates back from the call. Never had a garage or a garage car. I miss mine. I miss having that. I would be given the structure of streaming to that project, I would probably get a lot more done on it. Because I sold it because it sat for like 2 years. I didn't do anything with it, which is sad because I was getting along pretty well. I was trying to restructure all the ins and outs from the Chevy motor computer, and I really should have just spent the money to get a turnkey computer on that thing. Or at the time, that was about when Megasquirt 3 became available. Now they're probably well and beyond that. They probably have perfectly amazing systems to control motors with, and I should have just gotten one of those. That would have been the best thing for me to do. I was doing all kinds of things. Like I had a brake balancing bar. I had two brake master cylinders so that I could do brake biasing and stuff. I had larger wheels and brakes and everything on the car. It was really a mutant. I probably shouldn't have made it such a mutant. I should have just gotten the motor in and just, boom, get it running as soon as possible and as jankily as possible. Just get it running, get it running, get it running. Because otherwise, it sits for years. That's generally project cars. If you're doing a motor swap, like, get that motor running as soon as possible. All right, let's open up some of the other files here so that I have reference for what the packets are going to look like. Like the pedals, I need to describe what this packet looks like. Megasquirt V3 with the daughter card is still the latest. That was like 10 years ago. How long have they been running MS3? Jesus Christ. What was it, at the FBI, I was like, we were having lunch and one of the big higher up bosses sat with us, and I was talking to him about Megasquirt, and all my coworkers was like, what the fuck are you talking? Like, you talking about squirting with the boss? I was like, it's not what you think. Whole setup pre-built, $1,000. Huh. Aren't there like open source? That was the open source one. Aren't there like other alternatives though nowadays? I don't know. Fuel maps and stuff still scare the piss out of me. They're scary. Okay, Steptronic. That's the shifter. What? Wait a minute. Shifter, shifter. Really? This should be pedals. 1E5F. Yeah, okay, so I didn't rewrite this, huh? Okay, well that's unfortunate. The pedals use a load cell for braking. What is that load cell? Address, load latch 100, TX and RX, clutch and gas, data storage array. Yeah, okay. Braking, it's constantly pulled and oh, what am I gonna averaged by an array. What is the model of that? Boy, what is that load cell controlled by? What was that part that we put in there? Pin out the time as code, need a lot of review, blah, 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 blah. Load cell, update should be called at least. Okay, so it's... What, there was there no... Oh, update is manually, like it's something that oh, there's the mean bean machine. That's right. Latch inputs, address check. So all this stuff, yeah, there's the perfect cell. Update 16-bit entries from the global data array. HX711, there we go. I'm trying to get my code so that, you know, I can come back to this and I have some memory of this. Use an HX711 load cell driver. Oops, no. Constantly pulled, averaged by an array. Yeah, it's HX711. How much delay do you guys have? Damn. Also, Dewey, thank you for remembering that number, and hi. Good to see you around. Yeah, I think there are some Arduino projects that actually are motor, like motor engine, gasoline engine controllers. There we go. Because I know with the Chevys, there's like a couple different generations of spark plugs, or spark plug like drivers or whatever. Coil packs. There's a bunch of different generations of coil packs, and it depends. There's like a different ways to control them. You like hold it to charge, and then you fire, and like all this other stuff. So you get the timing sensors. You get the coil packs. That's pretty much your engine, aside from like oil pressure, fuel pressure. There are probably ones that run turbos too, right? Turbos get more complicated. Then you need to actually measure air coming in. Crazy stuff. But that would have been a lovely project for me to work on with Stream. Just loaded, so I was behind. Pause and restart. Fix the delay. Everybody's having troubles. Everybody's having troubles with Twitch. You can see how long it takes your messages to populate down here. I don't know, Twitch is being Twitch. Somebody tripped over a power cable again with their 386 that runs all of IRC chat. What is IRC? Is that run on a server somewhere? Is that what that is, or is it more decentralized? What is IRC? I know IRC. I've been talking on IRC for many years. It's actually more or less abandoned now for me, because we all have Discord and like all these other cool chat programs that do more. But Twitch's chat backend is IRC, if I recall correctly. Is that what IRC stands for? It's going to be 20 minutes until somebody answers my question. One server or multiple. Okay, that didn't answer my question at all. Yes, every answer is correct. It can be. Okay. All right. It's like, is it this or this? And it's like, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. 6 seconds of latency. Jesus Christ. It was bad earlier this week. Like when I was watching the Oscars on Adam Plays' channel. He didn't broadcast it, but it was like you'd say something and like 2 minutes later your comment would come up. It was nuts. An IRC network consists of a set of interconnected servers. Once users are connected to an IRC server, they can converse with other users connected to any server in the IRC network. IRC provides for group communication. Yeah. Name channels, blah, 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 blah. Personal communication through private messages. So it, like, you can run your own server, I guess? Yeah, okay, so your server has to connect to the network of servers. Okay. Interesting. I don't know anything about that. All right. So this is all the stuff that I'm doing for the pedals. I would like to describe what this packet looks like, though. Where am I creating this packet? I'm probably going to explain it closer to the packet, though. I'm trying to put everything all the way up at the top. Bobbert's chat is behaving, so I get to have fun here now. How's it going, ADHD? How are you? Just got the part where you're talking about making spark plug drivers for cars. It's something I always wanted to learn how to do. Make custom engine management electronics. Yeah. The way coil packs work is really neat because you have to charge the coil pack in order to get it to fire off and spark the plug. So there's all these different systems where, like, you hold a line high and then you send it a pulse and it'll send a pulse. Discord is really just a new iteration of IRC. Yeah, with bits and bobs added on, right? And I guess that's through their like proprietary stuff. Discord is trash, IRC is life. I'll never use IRC. Actually, we are using IRC on Twitch right now. Here's how, by the way, here's how, why'd you delete that message? Why'd you delete that? In pain and resting. Oh man, dude. I'm glad things went well. So we've been working on this shifter, and we're getting into the nitty-gritty a little bit here. So this is gonna be like an extra nerd stream. So I'm trying to soften the blow of my transition into super nerdium by having this thing right here. Discord isn't trash. It's whatever. I don't care. It's the new thing, you know? It can be if you want. So anyway, right here, we've got the shifter, and it works. It works pretty good. I mean, there's some stuff that I would do a little differently if I had the ability to. Having like a metal piece up here would be kind of cool. I'm not going to do that. It feels like a toy. It operates like a toy. But I'll be able to get into different gears properly. So I'll be able to play like Mon Bazu, and I'll be able to win. I'll be able to win the My Summer Car Rally and throw it up in Roboz's face. That little jerk. That little jerk that he is. I am going to beat the rally. I'm going to get first place at the setup. And you guys will be there for this when we finally get the system up and running. But we got to do a couple things before we get it there, right? I got all the hardware together. And people say this, you know, is it fragile? It's not fragile. This thing is quite strong. It's quite robust. But it still feels like a toy. Still, I'll be able to get into the different gears of this. And I'll be able to control lighting and stuff with this panel. And I'll be able to use the pedals that are real car pedals. Those are way behind me. But it's going to take a little bit of software. And so over the Wednesday, since I need to fucking distract my mind, I will be programming. I'll be on Discord, but I'll be programming. So we're just getting into the nitty-gritty of this, and we're reading my top comments on everything. Prove it and lift your car with it. I kind of feel like I could print something in PETG that I could actually, like, I could make ramps for my car in PETG. If I got the structure right. I feel like that stuff is strong enough. I'll spam the clip nonstop. When you might have, yeah, the springs that are on the pistons might need a little, yeah. This, I don't know, I'm not comfortable giving this more lock-in to the gear because it's the springs are pressing down and the structure that's holding them up, these two guys right here on the little clunk bearing or whatever, I'm gonna call that the clunk bearing. The springs on the clunk bearing, if I tighten that down, they feel like they'll probably bust out of the top of that 3D print. I don't know how much force that can hold beyond what I've already given it. Because that's what clunks us into place. Now I could put this plate in, and that would give me the clunk out and the clunk into gear. It would clunk clunk. But I put the one that just has the two nubs on the ends, and it feels a lot more like, almost like my own car shifter. It's pretty good. But yeah, it works. It works, and it's got different locations for all the different gears. That's all I really need out of it. And the problem is you have to like deconstruct like the whole thing to get to that plate. Hey, Baldizos. Yeah, either toughen it up or lighten the handle. I have 2 3D printed balls that can go on it, and those are a little lighter, but I like the feel of leather. I need to have my nice expensive leather shift knob to rest my hand on, so I can feel rich and important. Yes, yes, it is I, a man who only touches leather. Wow, such a great, wow, what a burn. You really took the piss on that one, man. Well said. Dude, like, people who like cars in the States can drive stick. They're more rare, yes. Automatic transmissions they are what they are. But I drive exclusively stick shift vehicles, so because I'm rich and important. All right, so where the hell is our packet? What does it look like? Where's my packet? Where's my packet? Latch inputs, delay microseconds, reply stuff. Let's go see our reply stuff function. Yeah, it's so, I hate having this much delay in chat. Everybody is like 6 to 10 seconds behind, I think. I thought they literally don't drive on the right side of the road. Yeah, nobody's allowed on the right side of the road. It's completely empty. But yeah, ADHD, I was saying that when I did get second or first place in the junior rally, I think that was when he was editing his junior rally video, and I sent him a picture of the trophy next to the guy that walked into my car and died, and his reply was, "Eat my ass." So, oh yeah, I was going DKA in FK Productions' car. No, it was in my car, but I was going DKA because I had a scone at the beginning of the day, and I forgot my glucometer, and the symptoms I was having I thought were hypoglycemia. So I was puking. When you puke at the onset of a DKA, that's a hospital stay, right? So we had like a regular Sprite that I was drinking, and I was just bleh, like directly out. So I'm like, we gotta get to like a hospital or no, I was like, we gotta get to a rest stop. And yeah, it didn't end well. I ended up in a Maryland hospital for a couple days. Stream keeps buffering. Yeah, it's gonna be choppy today. I'm sorry. I didn't do it, man. Chat looks blazing fast. You're 6 seconds in the future. Yeah, that was a rough day because FK Productions did not know really how to drive stick, and I was like, you need to drive my car. You need to get us to a rest stop. That was bad. There was a lot of grinding that day, and it wasn't the fun kind. All right, anyway, back to programming. Get fucked, Robert. Yeah, exactly. All right, He eventually learned it, though. I would trust him to drive my car again now. Even my station wagon. Dun, dun, dun. Anyway. My beautiful station wagon. A friend of mine sold me his E39, blue E39 528xi. And it is a leather couch on wheels. But it has... the rear suspension was re-engineered to be maximum storage. You can fit an entire TV in it. Got into the rally shit talk and then ad. Yeah, should I cancel pre-roll or should I no, canceling pre-rolls. Ads have been very aggressive on Twitch again. They got less aggressive, but then they ramped it up a little bit. I don't like aggressive ads. Okay, anyway, reply stuff. For int I is equal to 0 to the data size I++, bit send the data of I. Okay, that didn't get us anywhere. Where's my packet? We're structuring our packet in a variable and then we send it away. See, what I'm trying to do is get the bits out so that I can define them upstairs in the code. Maybe if we look at where we read the state of the packet in the main code, it'll give us a little bit more info about what's coming in from the pedals. Because yeah, this is not for digit pedals. I need to have the right text here. 6-bit address is 2 parity bits, that's fine. The pedals use an HX7 load cell driver for braking, constantly polled, averaged by an array. Other pins are just potentiometers. Okay. Been that way for every fucking channel for over 2 days. Yeah, I've been getting a little annoying. Now that you know, you missed driving stick. Well, at some point, I guess I'll chop off a finger or something and I can have you drive me to the hospital. My car is like, it's a couch on wheels, man. I don't know. It's a couch on wheels at 120 miles an hour. Like, I've only taken it up to 105, I think. But it at those speeds on the highways, it's like a road trip machine. It's terrible. I like it, but I don't know. I feel like if I had to buy a new car these days, I would get something like maybe Subaru flavored. Something that's a little bit less luxury and comfort and more driving experience. I don't know. Okay, data pin, clock pin, define. That's the show pin. That is our array of values. Where are we structuring the packet? In the mean bean machine? No. I think it's when we store the values. So sync check, address check. We can steal a lot. We'll steal a lot of this code for what we're building. Keep the setup ads. Twitch is more aggressive without them. Oh. At least remove pre-rolls. Really? Okay, so wait. I would rather have pre-rolls, though. I think pre-rolls are better structured. I think it's more fun with that. Because then you enter the stream and you put the window aside and you kind of like go, your mind goes completely blank for a little bit. And you come back to it. And then you can watch the stream. I used to, as a partner, I used to not have ads. But they changed to that. Speaking of, here's CosmoQuest. Hey, rating with a party of 21 folks. How you guys doing today? CosmoQuest-X is, I don't know if it's variety. It's Keeper of Maps. I'm back and I brought friends. Thank you. CosmoQuest-X is a lot of like stuff to do with space. And it's a couple different hosts. And Keeper of Maps apparently is a very large influence on them constantly rating, which is awesome. I really appreciate you guys coming into this channel and adding to the fray. What we have here is a failure to communicate. No, what we have here is my kind of insane simulator setup. It uses a Granite Devices SimuCube, which Granite Devices kind of cut their teeth making motor controllers, and they make a universal motor controller. When you buy like an industrial 3-phase motor, typically it will be locked into a certain ecosystem. Get the car from my summer car. Well, that's the whole point of this entire thing. Anyway, it's just to play my summer car constantly. This right here is an industrial 3-phase servo motor. Now, Subaru got rid of all their stick options. Jesus Christ. By the way, everybody who rated in, hi and welcome. Welcome to my delay stream. We're gonna get hiccups. You're gonna get hiccups, and then eventually you guys will have just this massive delay in the broadcasting. It's not my fault. You delay down, we'll leave the lurk. Hey, I'm glad you're up and about, man. It's good to hear. ADHD had I think a surgery recently that he's just getting back from. He'll be gone by the time he hears me say that, but it's good to hear from you, man. Anyway, so 3-phase servo. 3-phase servos are typically locked into a particular ecosystem. So this is a Mitsubishi Mel servo, which is just a series of 3-phase motors that Mitsubishi creates for robotics, industrial robotics and stuff, right? The sedans still have them. Man, I'm getting all this information. Okay. I have a friend who broke no less than 2 Subaru brake pedals. I don't know how. He just snapped them with his feet. Crazy. Anyway, so 3-phase servos typically come in a particular flavor. Granite Devices makes universal motor controllers, so you can take over the motor. And so we've got our own encoder on that. We've got a big 2-horsepower servo motor. I have a Mercedes S-Class steering wheel. I have an E46 M3 Steptronic shifter. And then I have actual BMW car pedals, which are sitting all the way over here. So it's like this stuff right here. You can barely see it, but whatever. That stuff right there. That is important. Those pedals are going to be awesome. Those are actually they're not E46. They're like 2015 Those are the actual pedals out of a BMW. And then we also have the digital gas pedal, which uses a capacitive sensor. So in order to get first place in the My Summer Car Rally, it is important to have a steering wheel. And in order to not grenade the My Summer Car engine, it is important to have a gated shifter. So I've got here 8 possible positions that the shifter can achieve. We have been spending way too much time on this thing, but I finally got it working. And that's why we spend so much time on these projects, is because I'm trying stuff out. I'm trying to make stuff work properly and be to my liking. I like to have a luxury feel and everything. Now, this is very light for the shifter, but we replaced the shocks in this thing, the springs that were in the original design, with RC car struts. And then I added a little extra springiness to the spring, and that makes it feel like you're doing a little bit of work when you put this thing right to left. We redesigned the bearings for this thing. I learned a lot about Fusion 360 and meshes. And then, yeah, basically just assembled this to the best of my abilities. We also redesigned the outside here to look like a candle holder that I got at Pier 1 Imports. Pier 1 Imports isn't around anymore. I'm dating myself by saying that. Bed Bath & Beyond. There we go. I got this from Bed Bath & Beyond. It's a candle holder. No, it's a 110 millimeter cylinder, and I wanted to have cutouts on it. So we used a Fusion 360 tool to make support structure wrong, and then we projected it onto the cylinder using an emboss action. So that's what that is. Hard to do, but it worked. So now I've got this 8-gate shifter that I need to get working with the rest of my simulator setup. The unique thing about my simulator setup is that wheel speaks what's called LIN bus, which is a local interconnect network. It's something that's used in automotive systems in order to be cheaper than CAN bus. It is basically a one-wire protocol, what allows me to communicate with all of my accessories. And so I've got the pedals on there, and then I've got the shifter on there, and I've got all of those wheel buttons on there. And that was dictated by Mercedes. It was penis potatoed by Mercedes, dictated by Mercedes. And that controls, it basically gives me a packet that has all the statuses of all the buttons on the wheel. But what I'm going to add to that is the lighting control buttons, 8-gated shifter, and then I'd like to kind of keep the Steptronic setup, because this is an actual car part. I prided in myself. I had pride in the fact that all of the controls for the system are actual car controls. Like this thing is strong, it's robust, it has a good feel to it. So if I can re-implement that if I need to, I would like to be able to. Because it's all on frame rails, so I can just slide it back in and put it back into the system. So what we're doing is we're editing my code. Because basically what we do is we take these and we take all the statuses and the buttons and stuff like that, and this microcontroller will actually pretend that it's hitting a button, and that way it can fool the SimuCube into thinking that I pressed the button. There used to be, or there is, and there was, we don't have any documentation about any of this, a protocol where I could TX and RX into the microcontroller and actually tell it what buttons I'm hitting and stuff. I don't have access to any of that data. It might exist. We had at one point an employee of Granite Devices in the chat, and they mentioned that they were going to be releasing something soon. That was 3 years ago. Like, they haven't done anything. So we have to invent this on our own. And what I did is I spent the money on the wireless wheel module. I spent $100 on the wireless wheel module. I'm still bitter about that amount of money. But we're going to have to get into this and like wire shark it and figure out the protocol so that instead of this thing pretending to hit the buttons, it still has to do the analogs, but it can pretend to be a couple of these modules and actually update the statuses of buttons. I'm excited about that, but first we'll just get the shifter implemented with the old code and see what we can do with it. That was a lot of explaining. This is an explaining stream where I just talk about the project over and over again. Receive functions, time check, blah, 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 blah. There's all kinds of little timing checks and stuff because this is a one-wire protocol. It needs to actually, instead of just sending data, the LIN bus is like an address call. It'll call for, hey, every device with this address, and then everybody, like basically it says, hey, everybody listen up. And then it sends a couple timing bits, and everybody goes, okay, my timing is synced. What do you got to say? And it says, hey, this address, and everybody goes, ah, fuck. and then only that address listens in, and the bus master will then say, I need you to send me data, or I'm doing this, or I'm doing that. And the other device on the line goes, all right, here's the data. And it'll send it back. Well, actually, the other device on the line says, hey, this address. And then the master goes, yeah, I'm listening, what? And then, you know, all the data gets sent out. Checksum. This is where we do the checksum, I guess. Overrides for testing. Data 0, 1, 2, and 3. Low and high, low and high. Gas, gas, clutch, clutch. Why is that commented out? Wait. Bit read, gas. Bit read, gas. Clutch, clutch. Where are my brakes at? Analog read, gas. Analog read, clutch. Oh, and then it transmits, but where is it transmitting the brakes? The system works. The software works, I swear. The system works, okay? Read the gas, read the clutch. Oh, for U and 8T, I is equal to 0 to 8, I plus plus. Oh, we're putting it into the registers, okay. So this is the low and the high bit read. Bit read guess I plus 8. Yeah, okay, so that's whoa, look at that bit rate. Yikes. Wow, you guys, I'm sorry. It's not my doing. I didn't do it. It's Twitch. Does anybody know, are other streams like suffering from this? Is this happening to Rabaz too? So, okay, let's see. So we are populating the data into the packet, and then basically it's an array that's stored in the microcontroller, and we just put the data in there for whatever other function to deal with after that. So it's probably a like a global variable, probably a global one of those global variables. I don't know what I'm doing. All right, boop 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 beep 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 pop. Beep pop pop. Let's see. So that's the checksum. Sum is equal to address. I don't even know what my comments mean anymore. This sucks. I should have commented more and more explicitly. Welcome to reading old code. Sum, reverse the return. I don't even know what the hell's going on there. This is like I've implemented the checksum and then I don't do anything with it. Oh boy. We're gonna have to, hopefully all of the stuff that I programmed doesn't break whatever the additional iterations of this thing are. So this is where we're reading the pedals and sending out our address. And so it's something like, well, where do I send it? I just go 0 to whatever. Digital read RX pin. Stuck here for bits, no. Delay microseconds. All the way back up to here. Let's just see where our variable is. Those are the pins. Unside long, load time, stator 0, timeout, U-bit, H-bit. Where's our packet? I don't think this is it. Data? Yeah, data storage array. So the data storage array exists in order to average out the readings from the load cell, so we don't get weird spikes and stuff like that. Now I could, in my previous iterations of implementing controllers, I did have a, what do you call it again? Cayman filter. Cayman filtering is a concept in control systems when you have analog inputs coming in that are noisy. A Cayman filter can help stabilize that in a lot of really good ways. So when I do like a controller project, I'll put a Cayman filter on it. And there's a particular one that I love that's like dead. But that Cayman filtering is really good for like the analog of like an analog control coming in. Now there is delay because it does have to do calculations, but if you're on a fast microcontroller, the meat puppet that's operating your stuff isn't gonna notice it at all. But it's cool because it like locks down, it keeps you from hovering around the 0 point. It'll like lock it down into being like, you know, controllers won't drift or whatever. Boop, 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 boop. So where is our packet being created, damn it? The mean bean machine is just our state machine. Yeah, it wasn't on your end, no. No, God, it's like I have to like think back to what I was saying like a million years ago. Chat is 2 minutes ahead of you. Twitch is fucked right now. I'm just glad I'm able to broadcast. My bitrate is like a mountaintop. What was the BPS Twitch was seeing? 4,648.95. Why do I need decimals in that variable? Oh yeah, my kbps isn't up to 1. It's at almost not like almost 9. This is too much information. It could just say 4.6K. Jerks. All right, anyway, give me this back. Yeah, the bit rate's all over the place. The bit rate is just how I see whether or not there are spikes in the stuff, and I don't think it's my internet. Let me see what my speed test says on the other Stream Deck. 72 down, 77 up. I run that every 26 minutes, I think, just to keep Verizon on their toes so they don't throttle me. Like, oh no, he's doing another speed test. Open up the throttle a little bit. You got to make automated systems in order to defeat the automated systems that they're trying to automate the systems with. All right. Beep, 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 boop, boop, boop. Where the hell is my packet? What's going on here? Latch the inputs, delay microseconds, reply stuff. So when I reply stuff, send the prepared data packet, I'm transmitting. Oh, so data, wait, data is my packet? Wait a minute, what the fuck? Bit send data of I. This is the pedals. The pedals worked perfectly fine. Why is this, is my array not, I guess my array isn't for storing averages. My array is the entire packet. I think each one gets I think it's a 16-bit number, I think is what we're sending. And then we've done a little bit of like calculation on the back end here in order to bias it properly and get it to hover around a point like a pedal, right? Be like a trigger on a controller. Although earlier Xbox controllers do a weird thing where the Z-axis goes either direction depending on which. Anyway, so we are just sending data of I. So it's basically, this array has 7 bytes to it. Bits and bytes I'm going to get wrong for a little while. So bits and bytes to it, it's got 8, sorry, it has 8. So clutch, gas, huh? What are we doing with the extra one then? Brake, clutch. I guess brake is taking up 3, maybe. How am I supposed to backseat a programming stream for 5 minutes delayed? I'm sorry, man. What did I? Oh no, I did something 20 minutes ago. Oh God, this is killing interaction in the stream, and programming streams are usually a little bit more interactive because I don't typically, I do get prickly with all the backseating. I do get prickly, but these are programming streams, and so it's better to have that interactivity when I'm actually getting into stuff like this. This is me actually reading my old code and learning, so you guys get all the catharsis of having told me to program something differently back in the day, and then seeing me go through it now and being like, why did I do this? Video stats say 58 seconds. Oh boy. I mean, you got here. I'm gonna test. Let me just hold on. I gotta put my password into this. And then ready, 3, 2, 1, enter. Okay, that came up like immediately for me, but you guys can. That's not gonna help you guys, whatever. But yeah, you guys are like 5 minutes behind. That's crazy. I mean, an internet speed tester that would send messages to Twitter about the company when the speeds were less than 50%. Yeah, I would love to be able to do that. But you know, it is my firm belief, and it is completely and utterly unconfirmed, that the internet companies have automated some way to check to see whether or not you're doing a speed test. Because the first speed test always comes in abysmal, and then the one right after that comes in really nicely, even if you use like the Google speed test. I think they've learned how to detect that stuff. So what I've done is on the Stream Deck, you can get an internet speed tester like thing, one of the Stream Deck buttons, And so I set that at 26 minutes. It doesn't matter how it's checking, as long as it gets it every 26 minutes. And I set it to a weird time so that it kind of like staggers. It just doesn't look like I'm checking like every on the hour, you know? So that runs, and I don't know, it just, I think I believe it keeps my internet speeds up. I haven't had any troubles with it in a while, so that is my belief. So I've got 7 bytes or whatever going into the pedals. So pedal buttons is, well, I don't know what the, I'm secretly broadcasting from Mars. Is that the size of the delay at this point? All the way down here where I had gas, and stuff like that. Yeah, these. Now, we're not going to have to reprogram the pedals, but I'm just trying to document some of my work here. So 0 and 1 are gas. Gas. Is that right? I'm using bits and bytes correctly there? 20 minutes from now, somebody will say yes into chat. That will be answering that question. And I will have absolutely no idea because I will have moved on so heartily that all memory in my mind has been cleared previous to the event. Welcome to Twitch in 2022. Babies. How you guys doing? Thank you for the raid. Just now saw you type the thing. Oh my god. 337 to 340. Oh dear god. Twitch is having a lot of problems, babies. Having some troubles with delays, so I won't be able to say thanks for the raid until 3 minutes after the fact. It's always great. And then more people can be angry with me for being a big fucking asshole. All right. So what's the order here? Yeah, I know, you guys can't say I told you so because it's like 27 minutes since I said what I was saying. Somebody's gonna say yes any second now, and I'm gonna have no fucking idea what question I asked. It's starting to leak out of my brain. I kind of remember it, but this sucks. This is like a memory test. For speed, I use iPerf in a remote server. That's a neat one. All I want to do is nudge my ISP just to, hey, you giving me good internet speed? And they're like, oh yeah, fine, whatever. Okay, gas, clutch. And then I guess 4, 5, and 6 is brake. Because it'd be gas, clutch. And the brake just has more nuance to it. It's got more data. Nobody's ever going to answer my question about whether or not I use bits and bytes correctly. There's just too much delay. Chat, come back. So that would be e-brake. And then it's, oh God, which end is which, low and high? Because like I and I plus H, data 2, data 3, low, high? Yeah, it's low, high. Okay. Gas, low, gas, high. Clutch low, clutch high. Brake low, brake mid, brake high. Hello. And then over here, e-brake low, e-brake mid, e-brake high. Hello, hi. Lighting buttons. That one's just gonna be, there is an analog component on it though. Slider low, slider high. That doesn't need that much resolution. I could just do slider like, what could I do about that? Well, this is gonna have to be in bytes. No. low, high, and then it would be 5. There's 5 buttons, really? 5 buttons, really? I mean, giving the slider that much resolution would be a waste of computational operations. So we'll do it. Slider low, slider high, photo low, photo high. I'll just build it in there just in case, you know? And then it's going to be... well, it's got 4 positions, and it has to be in one of them. So we could give it 4 positions, and then I'll have 1 byte at the end. That's not going to come out to even stuff, is it? So I could have just 4 bits, and then a 5th byte. God, that sucks. What are you doing to me, BMW? I hate human interactive design. Slider low, slider high, photoresistor, whatever it is, photodiode low, photodiode high, because that'll be an analog value, I think. And then, because that's like the sun sensor. And then we'll have encoder 1, or let's just call it what it is. Auto light knob, auto off, park, and then on, and then button, or what is it? Brights button. Just call it bright button. Now the problem is that goes from bytes to bits, and it'll be confusing. But hopefully anything that I've called a button should be a bit. The other ones are bytes. Inconceivable. What is it? Who is that? Who's that bongo cat? Oh, that's from Jesse Cox. I didn't know that. That's cool. I never saw... I guess I didn't see all the Jesse Cox emotes. A lot of them are him. And a lot of squids. A lot of tentacle monsters. What's happening? What's happening over there in his land? He can program without us. Yeah, now you're learning. No, the photo low high. Yeah, the interesting part about this this panel, and I forget, I did a little reverse engineering on this, and I'm just thinking about how this thing communicates back. It's got this header right here that's got all the connections in it, but it has a photodiode. What is responsible for sensing the amount of light in the interior of the car? So if the sun's out, the gun's out. If the sun's out and you have this in auto, it'll turn off your headlights. It'll put them on the daytime. Actually, turning on and off the headlights is kind of pointless at this point, isn't it? Some of this generation of BMW had a separate lamp that does the daytime running lights. So the DRLs would be on, but it would turn off your main headlights. And so when it gets dark out, all kinds of things happen. No, when it gets dark out, it'll read the sensor and then it'll turn the lights back on. I'm just wondering if this is analog or digital, if it's a 1 or a 0 or not. So I gave it a couple bytes, but I might change that later. This is all speculative because I'm not getting into the nitty-gritty yet. I will do some of this programming on my own to kind of reacclimate myself to this thing so that I know what's going on. I know how to program it, because I wrote all this code. I just don't remember it at all. God, why do my arms look like my arm skin looks transparent? I don't think that's my blood pressure. It's just a lighting in here and it's a little cold. Bungadia. Damn. I love seeing all the variety of emotes that exist on this platform. It's a lot of fun. I keep peering at the video monitor. It always looks like I'm looking up and to the side. And then when I program, I get those wonderful thumbnails where I'm like, ugh. It's like when you stare down and you're like, the whole Black Mirror thing. When you look down at your cell phone and you just see all your chins. There are so many front door alerts. I don't know what the hell's going on. Okay, anyway, so I guess I'm assuming that the light sensor is a 1 or isn't just a 1 or a 0. Let's investigate that. Let me see. While I'm doing this, I might as well get it right. I might as well get it right. I might as well. Okay. Oh, that's right. That doesn't come out there. This comes out here. Might as well get it right. I might as well. Damn it. Okay, hold on. Hold on. I'll get this thing out of here without damaging it. I think I had to use a guitar pick last time. Just to be gentle. Just to be nice to it. No guitar picks on the field, huh? Let's use one of these. Oh my god, am I out of guitar picks? No. I'm never gonna run out of guitar picks. Twisted Sister, friend of mine from when I lived in another state, he was watching my stream and he was like, how do you not have guitar picks? So he sent me 2 packages of 100 of these cheap-ass guitar picks. They're awesome. They're actually how I reset my sensors for the glucose meter readings. Like if I want to reuse a thing, you got to do that every now and then. You got to learn how to reuse your diabetes supplies because I mean, not only are they fucking expensive, but like stuff happens. Like in your supply chain, stuff will happen, and so you need to have some extra supplies. They like to provide you with exactly the number that you need to get to the end of the period of time that they're sending you for, which is not a good way to do stuff because life is sloppy and things happen, you know? Life happens quite a bit. Quite a bit. This Twitch delay sucks. This Twitch delay sucks. That was a snapping noise that I don't really appreciate you making there, bud. Why did you snap like that? I guess it's all right. Oh god, my chat is dead. My chat has gone catatonic. All right, there we go. Finally got the thing out. Man, that was annoying. Yeah, so this encoder is interesting because it has 4 positions and they're all fixed, but it goes into a, I guess this is a position encoder. It looks like a potentiometer though. Then we got this analog control here that does analog control stuff, and it's got backlighting on everything too. So when I put this to a microcontroller, I'll be able to control the backlights. Yeah, that's the only way. I'll have to learn how to play the guitar, finally. I know a little bit. Don't expect me to be able to play anything coherent, though. So there's their photodiode. It does look like it's going into a transistor, although that might be just a regular diode. Here, let me get a pointing device here. Yeah, don't you love that? There's a certain, well, because an insulin pump is a life-dependent device, to a degree, they do have the expediency to actually like fix supply issues quickly for you. At one point, God, you guys are so far behind. At one point, the company that makes my insulin pump offered to send somebody on an airplane to bring me a new pump. They would have sent a courier all the way to Philadelphia. So it looks like the photodiode is a direct output, so we'll need an analog read on that one, I think. Because yeah, that is coming right over to here. It comes right over to this pin. So we'll just need a direct read on that when I implement this thing. I guess I'll leave the cover off for now because I mean we already did a bit of reverse engineering on this thing. You know, we did the reverse engineering. I don't know where I made notes about everything. What's interesting is all of the mechanicals and even the pads for the part are here for the second knob. The US, I guess they didn't expect people in the United States to be able to control the headlight height without being indomitable fucking assholes about it. So they decided to not include the control for their caveman IQ level audience in the United States. I don't know. At least we got this. It's a good button. Cool. All right, so I don't think this is an encoder signal. I think this is done analogly, but it has 4 analog positions that it hits consistently due to the mechanics. Very strange way of doing things. I guess it saves them cables because this stuff is pre like microcontroller and digital stuff. Nowadays, of course, this stuff would just communicate on the LIN bus, but this is from like 2000s. Probably from 2005. Do we have a date code on this? Sometimes they'll put a date code on the silk screen. Sometimes it'll be on the board itself, but then again, you don't know how long that board sat before it got populated with components. There's a 92 on this, but I doubt this is 1992. But the year of the car is somewhere around the 2000s, I think. Yeah, no date code, huh? Lear, and a big BMW logo. 32290EC? Nah. All right. How far in the past are you guys? I didn't mention anything about that. All right, so I'm going to say that's analog, and I'm going to leave 2 bytes responsible for the photodiode. It could be a 0 to 255, right? I mean, if I do 1 byte for the photodiode, I think that's enough resolution. Let's just do 1 for the photodiode, and that way it has 25. No, wait, 2 is for 255, right? How about we've got 4 bits? How many is that? It's like 128. Am I wrong? What am I saying? What am I saying? Oh, I see. Those are backlighting. Backlighting channels? There's 2 channels on this thing. It's interesting. There's 2 little channels on this thing, and those are responsible for backlighting the elements of this. So this whole thing lights up thanks to this opening right here, and then these all light up thanks to these openings up here. It's interesting that they put a shroud around it, though. It's as if they're trying, I guess they're trying not to let that light bleed into the photo sensor. I think that's what that is. And then they have an individual backlight for the button, and then this thing, I'm not sure if that has a backlight on it. It does. Oh, I see. So the symbol above it lights up with this channel right here. Neat. Backlighting is interesting. I think that's a lot of interesting stuff going on in there. Okay. So what we're doing is we're trying to organize ourselves and make sure that the top comments of all of my stuff has all the data in it. 1 byte equals 8 byte equals 0 to 255. Okay. 1 bit equals 8 bytes, I think you're trying to say. So yeah, we'll give it 1 bit. 0 to 255 is enough for a photo sensor. I'll just put that, I'll put 0 to 255 in there. Open the headlight controller from the back. What do you mean? What? What? What do you, huh? What? What are you talking about? Okay, so that's our lighting. E-brake is just gonna be a load cell. And then we've got our pedals set up here with all of the lows and the highs. So those are the packets that we need to create in order to make this whole thing function. The shifter is gonna just very mercifully be, 0 to 7. I guess I could, because that would be, what is it, 1, 2, 3, 4? Damn it, bit versus byte. I need to solve this in my brain, because for some reason, this information didn't stick. I just need to continually remind myself. Okay, so we got words, we got bytes, we got bits. So it's 8 for a byte, huh? So this would be 1 byte. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 0 to 7. Okay, I got it now. I got it now. I've reminded myself of this thing before you guys could backseat me. See, there it is. There's the backseating. I kind of like the delay. It lets me actually seem smart. Lets me show you guys stuff, like actually looking up information to remind myself of how stuff functions, how things go together, because I need to constantly do that. I'm not as smart as everybody gives me credit for. I just happen to have this IDE that's constantly course correcting me. You don't need to type well, that's okay. There is a mistake in line 25. You have typed button instead of button. Oh my God, Pull over the programming train. Put your turn signal on. Oh, we haven't implemented those yet. I do have turn signals sitting in the bins behind me. I might actually need the stock for those turn signals. Believe it or not, the windshield wipers of my car, it's one of two things. And it's probably the rain tray doing this, getting the motor wet, because the car used to be stored in a garage. Now it's an outdoor car, which really takes a toll on cars. But that rain tray has all these little cracks and stuff in it because it's exposed to light and it's plastic, and it's $300 fucking to replace that thing. So I'm like, I'm not gonna replace that. But the problem is my windshield wipers don't come on. Sometimes they do, but they trip the module breaker, and then the module doesn't turn on the windshield wipers. And so there's one of three things that can affect that. One of them is wear on the motor and the contacts. I think that's what's going on because of the water getting down into it. It's like the first thing that they installed in the car, they had their CAD software open, and they're like, drag and drop a windshield wiper motor in, and then everything was designed around it, right? So yeah, I had the bits and bytes things correct. I just needed to verify. I need to verify some of those numbers because there's always the voice in the back of my head. It's either that, the windshield wiper thing, the windshield wiper relay, which was an expensive relay that I replaced and it didn't do anything, or it is the stock itself wearing down, wear and tear on the stock itself. So in my creation of the simulation stuff that I have, yeah, 4 bits for a nibble. Maybe I would have remembered that. In all the simulation stuff that I'm building, I happen to get the 2 signal stalks and the clock spring for an E46 BMW. Well, the clock spring didn't work out because of the plastic that it hits up against. But we also have the stalks here, and we did reverse engineer them. We took a look at how they worked, which is really weird. It's the same thing that the selector knob is doing, where you have different resistance levels for the options, even though there will be like a little, like maybe a minor range of voltage levels that basically give you 4 positions. And because it's not digital, that's how they were consolidating on wires, is to have 4 voltage levels representing your different headlight settings. Very strange, but that's what the headlight stock did too. It had a ladder of resistors that would be clicked into depending on the position of the stock. So that sucks, and then it ends up not working. So I don't know if that's happening or not in the car. I'll have to figure it out. I bought a new motor though, so I'll be replacing that eventually. I need to use a gear puller to get that out. I'm talking about my real car right now and comparing it to some of the stuff that we're looking at here in the software that we're trying to get together. So right now it's very nebulous. I'm talking about everything at once, but we kind of need to take a look at the forest, right? And the forest for the trees. So we're going to be getting down into the trees. We're going to be getting down into the soil of the trees, and we're going to be soiling ourselves with the trees' soil. What? Huh? Anyway. Variable wind speeds. I don't know how you do that. I know there's ways to do that. I have done in the past, I've hacked a cluster, a Chevy, I think, digital cluster. And so we were able to move the stalks and stuff digitally. That would be kind of cool to do, right? To attach it to the rest of that. It's until it becomes an actual bespoke sim pit, I'm not going to do anything too fancy like that, right? Yeah, the windshield washer button. I don't understand anything you're doing. That's okay. Yeah, we're taking a look at the entirety of the system that powers my sim setup, and I'm doing a couple little overhauls so that I can add a different shifter, and so that I can change the system. I'm not really changing anything with the pedals though, to be honest. We're going to be tuning the pedals, but those should function as is. And I have a little bit more mechanical stuff to do with the pedals, but they're going to be real car pedals now. So we're changing things around a little bit here and there, and so I need to get my fingers into the code. My dad argued with me that the stock wasn't the problem, even though it was. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's the stock. Everything is telling me that it's not. It basically, you start the car up, and I think the motor is stalled, so it gets an overcurrent protection that triggers and then renders my windshield wipers useless. And then and I've had to do this a couple times, turn the car off with the clutch in while I'm rolling on the road, turn the car back on, pop the clutch, car starts. So I've done that a couple times, and if I do it right, the windshield wipers start working again, but only in the fastest speed. So I think what's happening is the motor is just mechanically unsound, and then it trips something and then stops working. But the fact that none of the positions work and only the top one does, and then it can't park the windshield wipers. It just kind of like, when you turn off the windshield wipers, they just kind of stop. They're supposed to park themselves. And that's why I'm worried about whether or not it's the stock. It's not the relay. I hope it's not the module that's controlling everybody. One single wire wore away. Oh, wow. That's crazy. Wipers never worked unless you had the high beam. What is that, Lucas Electric? What is that? That's like a Lucas Electric kind of thing. All right, so we know what the packet is that we have to create. And we'll have to store the packet somewhere in this code. We'll have to just build up on what's already here. That brings us to the address. So, MPC 2317. The address is 0x27. So this is all set up for the port expander. This is how the port expander works. We're defining our port expander. Then we get into the LIN bus stuff. How are the analog ones set up? I didn't even talk about them. What's going on here? Hold on. Wheel, shift, pedal. Ah, here's our arrays. Yeah, we're gonna have to add some arrays to this. So let's add some arrays to this. So we have two more devices that are being defined here, and they are the shift 8 S key. Hello. Shift 8 e-brake, and then the other one is actually the lighting controls. What do we call that up above? Lighting. I'll just call the packet lighting. So our 8 shifter is a byte. Okay, great. Why did I have 2? Maybe I'll just have to do 2 here. I don't know. Why was it 2? Hold on. Let's take a look. So, shifter. I'm only using the first out of the 2. All right. Well, that's weird. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 3 zeros. Whereas this one is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, okay. Okay, that all lines up. It's the same thing. So I'll give it 2 bytes just in case, I guess. I don't know. Thank you guys for the follows. I appreciate them. Appreciate the follows, everybody. You guys is okay. All right. So what does this one need? This one needs 2, 3. I guess 4. Yeah, because that'll be 1. We'll just translate that into their own 1s and 0s, I guess. We'll be wasteful about this. So that'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 0, 0, 0. So yeah, that'll be 1, 2, 3, 4 bytes. Sorry, 3. 4 bytes, meaning that the array size is 3. Is that correct? Yeah, because it's 0th position. Right, okay. E-brake is 3. Because it's only 1 analog setup, which I'm putting in 3 just because it's got a little bit more resolution. Yeah, e-brake will be a nuanced, subtle kind of thing, right? Even though 0 to 255 is probably the max calculation that... Well, no, because the load cells are like 10-bit or something. Like an insane amount of detail on these load cells. Okay, so I think that's the way that it'll be. I think that's how we do. We got, this would be 2. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. See, the only device that was actually industry that uses LIN-bus is using 9 bytes, so that's crazy. Man, yeah, if you guys could only have like your own side conversations going on or something, because man, I got 100 people, but nobody's talking because the delay is so ridiculous that I will have moved on after you guys notice something. So like 2 minutes in, you guys will be like, actually, I can't do that. It's, man, you're ruining the dynamic of a typical programming stream, Twitch. Massive delay, Twitch. Nope. Twitch status. Twitch status, no. S key. Hello? Hello? Why is my S key dying? I'm hitting it. There it goes. Status. Jeez, my S key. I have another keyboard sitting. Twitch is always live except when it's not. Oopsie whoopsie, we did a fucky wucky. Our systems are down. Hee hee. I hate those fucking messages. Login is operational, blah, 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 blah. Video watching, operational. Yeah, let's put that in quotes, guys. Beep, boop, beep. Twitter. Appeal. Oh, there's actually an appeal process? Good. There have been some streamers that I've really liked that have not had the ability, like Twitch doesn't give a fuck about like my size stream and people who are slightly below my size stream, like unpartnered people who are desperately trying to up their numbers, and they get banned for almost literally no reason at all. And I don't know what's happening in the background. Maybe they went off on a tirade when I wasn't watching, but these people get banned and they have absolutely no ability to get any sort of acknowledgement from Twitch whatsoever, because they're not large enough to cause an internet stink, and Twitch is very busy and there are a lot of streamers. And so the appeal process just totally fucks them over, even though the ban might have been unintentional. It might have been an auto ban or something like that. Yeah, it is sucks. This was from March 21st. Ugh, damn it. That was from the 22nd. They're not even acknowledging that something is wrong right now. My bitrate is sucks, and the delay is extreme. I don't know what's going on with that. My up and down speeds are fine. They're what they normally are when I stream. I don't know. I don't know. Okay. Wheel size, pedal size. Oh, looks like we need this. Position in the arrays. Const, uint. I don't want to type all that stuff out again. I'm lazy. 1, 2, 3. So this would be wheel, shift, pedal, shift 8 size, followed by e-brake size, followed by lighting size. The reason that I'm doing this is that it's, I guess there's probably a function that calculates this, but it's just easier to make it a variable, just so we can iterate back and forth through the arrays. So shift, e-brake, what was that? Lighting size 4, e-brake 3. I think other languages take those numbers, you know, the numbers that I'm punching in anyway. It'd be nice if this one helped you with that, so I didn't have to make these variables, if they were just part of the system somewhere. But well, we're going to take up a little bit more memory storing numbers, stupid numbers. At least it's only a UNT. There's plenty of room on this microcontroller. I don't have to worry about that. That'll just keep us from having to like calculate stuff. 9927234. Okay, all right. So there's that. Let's see. What else do we need to add to our code? We got the LIN pins, digital write, wire set, wire size, pin mode. So that's setting up our environment for communicating with the Granite Devices controller. In the future, we're going to be setting up serial in this location. which will be wild. Digipot. There's the function for the digital potentiometers. Pass. Your test passed, at least marginally. You guys are saying the chat's a good size on screen. You can actually read that and everything. Somebody's just gonna say yes, and I'll be like, huh? What did I ask? Okay, so here's where we're actually getting our data in our loop. I didn't do a state machine on this one. This one just gets the lin stuff, and then it outputs. So adding to this, 1, 2, 3. That's going to slow us down, but I guess I can comment out the ones that we don't use. So instead of bus pedals, we've got bus of, I got to remember what I called everything. Shift 8 e-brake lighting. Bus shift 8, bus e-brake. That should be lowercase, huh? Well, oh well. Camel case it is. And then bus lighting. Not really doing anything with those yet, but we've got all the delays and everything in there so that we can read from them. Now, I guess what I can do for now is just do that, and now we won't use the shifter code in here, and I can just assign a couple of the buttons to the functions there, because we've got a very limited number of outputs from this thing at the moment. We're fixing that next, but so for now I'll just do that. Buttons, pot out, serial prints, delay. All right, so now we need to set up our different devices. So what I can do is get the shifter packets, put in a global shift array. We'll just put this at the end. Void, enter. Oh wait, that goes back to our void. Wait a minute. Oh yeah, void bus pedals. Okay, yeah. So this would be shift 8. Bus shift 8. So basically what I'm doing is I'm just like, this is a very simple program at its least complicated. At its least complicated, it's a simple program. We're sorry, the number you've dialed is not. All right. Stupid brain. Okay, it's a fairly simple program in its outward most implementation, where our loop is just a series of like 4 or 5 steps, and this is the way I like it. I would even risk making a function that goes down all of these and just have it be like the read bus function, you know, just so that at its most simple, what does this program do? It operates in a loop. It reads the wheel, delays 8 milliseconds, reads the pedals, delays 8, reads the shifter, blah, 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 blah. Then it outputs, and it does the potentiometer and button outputs. And then it can do a serial print, and then there's a 20 millisecond delay until it requests information from everything else again. So that is the implementation of this program. That's it. That's all it does. But those functions are more nuanced. So now here below our void, we have all of these functions sort of laid out for you so that we can actually cater them to all the stuff we need them to do, and they're their own little isolated thing. So call address, and I haven't even put in the address yet, but this would be shift 8 addy. Let's find that address. So that's what I was going to address. I forgot to address, because we need 3 more addresses in this program. So we need a constant byte, this, and this. Shift 8, e-brake, and lighting. Note the use of camel case and underscores. It's readable in full screen. My delay was 3 minutes and 22 seconds, even after a refresh. It's happening all over the place. Man, that's a pisser. The Oscars commentating thing. What is this red here? Oh, is it red for the KB per second? My OBS is like, we're fucked. I can't help it. This bitrate is not determined by me. It's not my fault. Dropped frames. Jesus Christ. Is it me or other streamers? No, you guys are dealing with massive delays. Task manager. No, everything's good over here. Yeah, we're not using a ton of stuff. Ethernet seems to be okay-ish. Disks aren't, GPUs barely being used to do encoding. Details, oh god. This is happening all over Twitch, right? I'm not like running out of hard drive space or something. You guys can't really direct anything from where you are. No, wait, bother, look at this. I'm like, I've already moved on. I've already moved on. So these addresses exist in a certain space, and they need to be assigned appropriately. The only one that we know from industry is the wheel address, which is 9C. Yeah, see, there it is. They're just watching now, me twiddling all of my computer stuff to make sure that my computer's running properly. And I'm not having internet problems. My speed test seems fine. I think it is problems at Twitch, but we don't have any reporting anywhere else of problems at Twitch. Plus, I don't know how to fix any of this stuff. I could stop stream and start stream again, but I think everybody's dealing with this, right? Yeah, isn't that fun? Nice long... All right, so these addresses have to conform to the standard. So the stuff that I'm building, although they are toys and they're car accessories for a simulator setup, I need to actually, and just the reason behind this is that if I ever get like an accessory that uses the LIN bus, I don't want to accidentally put it into like programming mode and then reflash the programming or something stupid like that, right? I don't want to accidentally like make my shift knob roll up and down the windows or something, you know, something crazy like that. So I want to make sure that I'm choosing a non-conflicting address. Now it's 2 bytes for the address, so that's like not a lot of address space there. But it's all in the LIN bus standards. Let's look up the LIN bus standard. LIN bus addresses. That's not the good one. I think this is the good one. Simple intro to LIN bus. Can the bus to LIN bus. Can bus and LIN bus. Can use 11 or 29-bit identifiers. Jesus Christ. Versus just 6-bit identifiers in LIN bus. Yeah. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. Now, there was something that gave us a little bit more information about the different... There we go. LIN frame type ID. 0 to 59, 60 to 61, 62, and 63, huh? What psycho shortens address to Addy? What? What's your problem? What? I thought I was fine. What's wrong with you? What do you mean? What am I going to call it? Add? What am I adding? User-defined, reserved, diagnostic, sporadic, event-triggered, and unconditional. Huh? Unconditional frames. Default form of communication where the master sends a header requesting information from a specific slave. Master and slave is unfortunately the term that we use for stuff like this in electronics and engineering. I don't control it. I didn't make it up. We came up with our own. A lot of people are using like, what is it like? What was the one that they were like, they changed around a little bit? It was like requester and requestee or something. We decided on dom and sub, so we didn't have to say master and slave. But I lurk in second stream, no issue there, really? Why am I specifically having all this trouble then today? I mean, if I do... perfectly fine. You know, it's not amazing. I'm not a European. I have this shitty cable internet FiOS that generally works, especially when I'm working. Ooh, suffering a little bit there, but I'm also streaming on top of it. And then, you know, OBS, I think, is just suffering from low bitrate. Really? Nobody's talked about it anywhere? What is this going to do? This is going to share my login information with everybody. All right, let's see. OBS output module, Twitch server IAD, unstable events. I'm getting a ton. Holy shit balls. This isn't good. Hold on, is this showing me any bad stuff? Past 2 days? No, I think I can show this. Yikes. That's a big yikes on the chart right there. A lot of events. Damn it. I don't have a lot of info, though. What can I do about this? Can I stop and start again? We're going to have a start and stop event. I hate having to do this. I used to have to bounce the stream at the beginning in order to get a good encoder. I just joined. What are you doing today? I'm banning short lurkers, what I'm doing. BTTV FFZ tells me the latest server to your channel is 3 to 10 seconds, but chat versus on-screen chat is more like 2 to 3 minutes. What do I do about that? Great to get the car's wiring diagram to go over the windshield wiper stuff on stream. I have it in, I think I have it in those like hack tools that I got. All right, chat. I don't have the microphone in that scene, so I can't, I can't, yeah. 51 seconds. Jesus Christ, up to 3 minutes. All right, here we are. ADDR. No, I do Addy. You'll see a lot of stuff that I do kind of to intentionally trigger programmers. Anyway, I am going to stop stream for just a minute. I'm going to lose all my viewers today. That's okay. But I'll start it up again, all right? We're getting towards the end of stream, but like this delay is unacceptable. We'll try it, and I'll go for another hour. And if we're still having problems, then so be it. But I promise you I will be right back, okay? Please don't go anywhere. Everybody's going to close their browser. All right, be right back. Like, give me like 2 minutes, all right? Here, 2-minute timer. You guys ready?